Steam is telling me I've played Umineko Answers Arc for 83 hours. Would I recommend this game to other players? Maybe later. Maybe later. Welcome to the stream. How would I be able to write a review, honestly? I would just direct people to watch my award-winning, now almost 80-part playthrough of Umineko to get my true feelings. Welcome to the stream. It's Tuesday, Umineko stream, but just as a change of pace, it's Tuesday day. It's not Tuesday night. No. Umineko has left the confines of space and time, and it is now demanding to be played during the day. Now, why would I do such a thing? I don't really have a great answer. Actually, I kind of have a great answer. A, shake things up. I can do it. B, I think I'm going to want to be doing other things with my Tuesday night. So if I've got the opportunity to stream what I would normally do on night to the day, it works out perfectly fine for me. That's basically the short of it. The long and short of it. Sorry, I'm warming up my throat with liquids as I'm just sitting here listening to the seagulls crying. I'm gonna try baking something tonight. Amongst the other things I'm doing tonight, instead of streaming Umineko, I'm gonna try bake things. I don't bake a ton. I cook myself food, obviously, because that's what I have to do to eat. But, baking. Usually not something I do. Not like saying it's hard or it's going to be an adventurous journey or anything, but I'm looking forward to it, you know? So, let's see. So yeah, if you thought for some reason I was getting wild tonight or something, that is not what's happening. I will be in my apartment baking, amongst other things. So what happened last time? Let's recount. We started getting the actual, like, play thing. We could say the acts, I believe they were. They were, like, individual acts. We were getting basically the backstory of the person that would become Beatrice. I think that's how to describe it. I think that's how I'm most easily able to describe it. It is the backstory of the person that would become, and correct me if I'm wrong, go ahead, as I usually am, but the backstory of the person, it got a little funky. I think keeping track of the multiple Beatrices we were learning about over the last few streams, there was a point in time, and maybe still, that I was, like, a little lost in the sauce. But I'm pretty sure currently the person that would become Beatrice, if Leon didn't get saved and integrated into the family. That's the best way I can describe it. If the Leon baby was not integrated into the family as we see with the Leon in this situation, then that's the person that then gets, I think, scooped up by Genji, taken in, sent to that the weird maid-like school, and then we just got a lot of that backstory. Also, hello. That's the best way I can describe it. Like I said, I have no problems admitting there was a point in time I was definitely lost in the sauce with all that was happening over the last few streams in this. And honestly, I don't even want to put it on me. It's not my fault. This game knew what it was doing when it was like, haha, look at all these Beatrices. Oh, what? And then me, I'm that meme when I'm dropping all the lemons or whatever. And it's like, what am I going to do with all these Beatrices? And it's just a bunch of, like, characters at some point who have taken over the name of Beatrice. I should Photoshop that meme at some point. But honestly, it's you know, so many characters over our time here have adopted the moniker of Beatrice, and then this episode has been like, okay, keep track of all these people that could become Beatrice, and here's the backstories of these Beatri, whatever, multiple Beatrices. The game is testing me. And my comprehension skills. That's all I'm saying. And I'm trying my best. And then there's her. And then there's her. So let's go. I don't know. Well, I do kind of know. I'd say I would have a hard out today, because we're doing, obviously, day stream. I have a hard out time, but I probably won't make it to the hard out time. That's what I should say. But I want this to still be a pretty decent sized stream, because we're just gonna chill here this afternoon. The months and years slid by. In my new, more colorful life, I smiled at the spring sunshine peeking through the trees, gazed up at the column of summer clouds, enjoyed the piles of fallen leaves in autumn, and played in the winter snow the few times it did fall. As these days passed one another, there was a considerable change to my environment. The servants coming from the Fukuin house had switched. There weren't specific grades like in school, so there was no rule saying how long a servant could work before quitting. Also, damn. I have, like, a certain window having light shine right at my... Not right at my face, but... change how the light is coming into my apartment. It's just revealing, like, my glasses are all smudged up. And I'm like, I can't see a damn thing. I'm cleaning them off here. One sec. Alright, better. I was blinded trying to read Umineko, dude. I was trying to fight through it, too. I was like, I don't want to have to fix anything. Each servant made their own decision about when they would graduate from Rokenjima. Some of those who couldn't stand the environment would quit in as little as 3 days. Oh, that would be me. After all, life on Rokenjima was strict. It was also strict in the Fukuin house, of course, but there were a lot of Rokenjima-only rules. And Natsui, the one who supervised the servants, was also very authoritarian. It was probably easy to feel trapped. That trapped feeling and the money sat on opposite sides of the scale that they used to decide the time of their graduation. And sometimes, someone from the Ishimiya family would use their influence to secure someone a new job, encouraging them to spread their wings and start a new life. The cycle usually lasted 2 or 3 years. No one decided this, but it was one of the goals many servants shot for, an unspoken rule. However, I was an exception to that rule. I continued to go to school on Nijima, while still living as a servant. That year, all the Fukuin house servants quit at once. It wasn't at all rare for friends to quit at the same time as each other. All my fellow servants from the Fukuin house graduated from the island at once, leaving only me behind. Of course, I wasn't on particularly good terms with them. On the contrary, it was annoying to be treated like a kid and called Yasu all the time. Though some new servants... I don't want to be called Yasu. Though some new servants had come after me, the older ones had already gotten them believing that Yasu loses things all the time. So rude. So it wasn't really any more pleasant to have new comrades. Those unpleasant older servants, as well as the ones who started at the same time or after I did, all quit at once. The Ishimiya family made no effort to stop them from leaving. Adult servants were easier to handle in the first place. Fukuin house servants were only accepted so that they could be trained. And so, all the servants besides me left, and no one tried to stop them. Alright, let me boost use that. Alright, cool. Later, Yasu.
あんた、物をなくしたりするんじゃないわよ。
Don't go losing stuff again. Punch her. Punch her in the face for bringing up losing stuff again. Punch her. I don't lose things anymore.
じゃあね。
Huh. Later.
奥様の言うことよく聞くのよ。
Make sure you listen to what Madam says.
後から来る仲間に迷惑かけるんじゃないわよ。
Don't you go trouble in the next group of servants.
未だに謎よね。
You know, it's still a mystery.
どうしてヤスはここに推薦されたの？
Why was Yasu recommended for this job?
それを言ったら、未だに奥様がヤスの勤務を認めてる方が意外だわ。
It's even more surprising that Madam let Yasu stay this long.
逃げ出さない分だけ根性があるってもんだ。
Must have taken some guts to not give up and run away.
しっかりな、ヤス。
Keep it up, Yasu. I hate being called Yasu. At the very end, I finally said the one thing I'd always wanted to say to them. However, they basically ignored me and just picked up their things and left.
みんなとはついにお友達になれなかったね。
I guess you'll never get a chance to become friends with them. I didn't even want to. Fuck them. Yeah.
向こうもそうだったろうし、おあいこだね。
I'm sure they feel the same way, so you're even.
あの人たちのことはもう忘れちゃおう。
Let's just forget about those people.
もうお互い何の関わりもない。
They no longer have anything to do with us.
だから心に留める必要もない。
So, there's no reason to think about them. Yeah, you're right. I just felt a bit disappointed. I never got a chance to prove to them that I could take care of myself.
人は最初の印象をいつまでも引きずる生き物だからね。
It's hard for people to throw out their first impressions.
だから仕方がない。
That's just how it is.
あなたがどんなに素晴らしい人間に成長しても、
No matter how wonderfully you grow,
彼女らはきっといつまでもヤスと呼び続けてあなたをバカにしたと思うもの。
those people would have probably always called you Yasu and made fun of you.
そんな人たちに認めさせようと思うなんて全然意味のないことなんだよ。
There's no reason for you to want their admiration. Yes. Yeah, you're right, Shannon. I'll completely forget about those people.
それがいいよ。
Good.
あなたには私や熊沢さんなどの素敵な友達がいるじゃない。
You have two great friends, Kumasawa-san and me.
そして新しい使用人の人たちの前では今度は一人前の姿を見せてあげればいい。
And if you want to prove that you can take care of yourself, prove it to the new servants who are coming. Shannon was exactly right. Ever since that day when I held the key with the spiderweb charm on up high, I regained my confidence and pride. I'm now the most experienced Fukuin servant. The new servants who come will still probably be older than me, but I need to teach them the ropes as the more experienced servant. Genji-sama even told me to lead the newer servants as a senpai. Okay, I'll give it my all.
その意気だね。
That's the right attitude.
一緒に頑張ろう。
Let's give it our all together. Yeah. Yeah. I'll teach these new servants a thing or two.
アスネと申します。
My name is Asne. Asne? Asne? Asne. My name is Asne.
よろしくお願いいたします。
I'm gonna just go with that just so I'm not saying Asne. Pleased to meet you.
ベルネと申します。
My name is Belne.
よろしくお願いします。
Pleased to meet you. Belne. Bel. The newly arrived servants looked a bit superficial. When I first joined the Ishimiya family, I was incredibly nervous. However, couldn't see any trace of that nervousness on these girls.
ええ。
That's right.
基本的には成績が優秀で貧困法制な子が選ばれます。
Usually, kids with good grades and behavior were selected.
どうやって選ぶの？
How were they selected?
誰が選ぶの？
Who did it?
理事の先生方が来て面接をされるんです。
The board of directors came and interviewed them,
他にも日頃の素行とか。
and they were judged on other things, like their everyday conduct.
じゃあ先生の前でだけいい子ぶってても合格できちゃうってことも？
So, as long as they acted like good kids in front of the adults, they could pass?
まあ
Well,
その 先生が見て良いと判断されれば合格することも。
there were times that they passed because the adults watching them decided they would do fine.
福音の家よりやってくる子たちはいつだって個性的だった。
All of the children who came from the Fukun house were highly individualistic.
それが使用人としての日々の中で研磨され、
They polished that attitude while they worked as servants.
やがては後宮家の使用人の名に恥じない立派な姿に成長していくのだ。
And eventually grew to be servants who would not shame the Ishimiya family.
とはいえ、それを促すのは先輩使用人たちの役目。
However, encouraging this behavior was the role of the more experienced servants.
今や我だけが古参である以上、彼女らを立派に導く責務があるのだ。
Since I was only one with experience, it was my responsibility to guide them.
新しく来た子たちはどんな感じだった？
What were the new kids like?
もちろんエリートね。
They were the elite, of course,
貧困法制な。
of irreproachable conduct.
奥様や源氏様の前ではそうだったと思います。
I think they were like that when Madame and Genji-sama were around.
でも
However,
目上の方がいらっしゃらないときはその
when their superiors weren't around,
ちょっと不真面目だったみたいで。
well, they didn't take things quite as seriously.
アスネさん、
No, she's saying Asne. I must say Asne. I just heard Asne. I am a rule follower. Asne-san,
お道具は使うたびにちゃんと台車に戻してください。
make sure you put your tools on the cart when you're done using them.
え？
Huh?
はーい、ごめんなさい。
Sure, sorry. I also have to be alert as a more experienced servant. And Belne-san, you shouldn't set your key down on a place like that. You'll lose it.
なくしません。
I'm not gonna lose it.
私、置いた場所は絶対忘れませんから。
I never forget where I put things. When I first arrived here, the older servants would often tell me off, just as I had done now. They would probably have been mean and obnoxious about it. I had hated that, so I tried to be more gentle when admonishing them, but they wouldn't take me seriously. Listen up. You know there's a witch living in the mansion, don't you?
おお、ベアトリーチェよ。
Oh, Beatrice.
それ似てる。
Kyahaha, that sounded just like him.
まさかシャノンちゃんも。
Don't tell me.
それ信じてるわけじゃないですよね。
You believe in that too, Shannon-chan?
いえ、本当にいるんですよ。
Yes, she really exists.
物をほったらかしにしておくと魔女がいたずらして隠したりするんですよ。
If you leave things lying around, the witch will prank you and hide them. It's true. I've gotten into trouble many times because of it.
魔女が物を隠すなんて。
A witch hiding things?
そんなことあるわけないじゃないですか。
That's totally impossible. Hello.
魔女なんてそんなの
After all,
いるわけないし。
there's no way witches could exist. Gyahahahaha. There's no way.
いるわけないです。
There's no way they could exist.
魔女なんて
Witches.
いたずらだと思ってました。
I thought they were just pranks.
いや、そう思っていられるうちが気楽だった気がします。
No, it was just easier to think of it that way.
魔女ベアトリーチェは確かにいたと思う。
Do you think the witch Beatrice actually existed?
私は信じない。
I don't believe it.
ベアトリーチェであったかはわかりません。
I don't know if it was Beatrice.
でも人間じゃない何かは
But I do think that's something inhuman.
確かにあのお屋敷にいたんじゃないかと思います。
Really did exist in that mansion.
人間じゃない何かというのはベアトリーチェの可能性もあると思う？
Do you think there's a chance that this non-human thing was Beatrice?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
私もバカバカしいと思いたい。
I wish I could say it was ridiculous.
あれはきっとヤスのいたずら。仕返しでしょ。
That must have been a prank of Yasu's. No, not a prank. Revenge.
私も最初はそう思ったけれど。
I did think that at first, but
いたずらでは説明できないことがあった。
did something happen that couldn't be explained away as a prank?
必要
It was persistent
というか
and creepy.
気持ち悪い。具体的にはどんなことがあったの？
What kinds of things happened specifically?
置いたものがふっと振り返った拍子にはもうないんです。
Things I set down would disappear as soon as I looked away for a second.
ヤスが隠したんでしょ。
Didn't Yasu just hide them?
最初はそう思った。
I thought so at first.
そう考えるのが自然だった。
It was only natural to think that.
でも違和感も覚えてた。あん
But I started getting this feeling that something wasn't right.
な気弱な子がそこまでえげつないことするかなってずっと思ってた。
I kept thinking, could such a timid kid really get away with something so obnoxious?
どんなことがあったか話して。
Can you tell us what happened? What had happened?
鍵束がなくなった時には私が見てない隙にヤスがひょいってどこかに隠したんだろうと思えた。
When my keyring disappeared, it was easy to think that Yasu snatched it when I wasn't looking.
でも鍵束から一つの鍵だけが消えてて、
But when a single key disappeared off my keyring and reappeared somewhere completely different,
それがありもしないところから出てくるなんて
I
考え
couldn't
られない。
I couldn't think of it can't speak. I couldn't think of it that way.
その鍵だけあんたが見てない隙に引っこ抜いたんじゃないの？
I'm getting so worked up. Maybe Yasu just pulled that one key off while you weren't looking.
そんなのできる？実際に
Is that even possible? Practically speaking?
鍵束を丸ごとひょいっと隠すならともかく、
Hiding the whole ring is one thing.
鍵束から鍵を一つ抜き取るって考えれば考えるほどに簡単じゃないよ。
But if you really think about it, taking a single key off the keyring isn't that easy.
ガチャガチャガチャガチャ、
The keys would clatter together. Clatter, clatter.
すぐそこで私が背中を向けてるのよ。
I was standing right next to them, just facing the other way. Get it?
そんなこと悠長にやってたらいくら私がバカでも気がつく。
If you took your time removing a key when I was that close, even an idiot like me would have noticed.
でも音もなくスーッと鍵が一つだけ消えていた。
But a single key just vanished without a sound.
あの時に初めて気がついたの。
At that moment, I finally realized
これ逆ギレしたヤスのいたずらじゃなくて、
this wasn't Yasu trying to get back at me.
もっとその
It was something
やばいもんなんじゃね。
worse.
その紛失した鍵はどこから見つかったの？
And where did you find this disappearing key?
私の
It was
ロッカーから。
in my locker.
ベルネうっかり屋だからさ。
Well, you can be pretty absent-minded, Belne.
ひょいって鍵を
だね
それだけ外してロッカーにしまったのを忘れてたんじゃないの？
Are you sure you didn't just take that key off and put it in your locker?
鍵束からなんでわざわざその鍵だけを外すわけ？
Why would I take that key off the ring?
ハスね、鍵束の鍵外して。
Have you ever taken a key off or put a key on your key ring? asked Ne.
私も試してみた。
I tried doing it myself.
あれすごく硬い。
It's really stiff.
わざわざやらない。
I'd never go to all that trouble.
やる意味ないし。
There'd be no point.
私、無遊病。
Am I a sleepwalker or something?
自分でやったことの記憶さえないっての？
How can I not remember something I've done?
私バカだけど、そこまでバカじゃない。
I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid.
私、そこまで自分のこと忘れてたりしない。
I don't forget about things I do that easily.
それに私の鍵さ、確実に部屋に入った時はあったよ。
And anyway, I know I had my key with me when I entered that room.
じゃなきゃ、あの部屋の鍵、私、どうやって開けたわけよ。
Otherwise, how could I have unlocked the door?
だからさ、
Okay then.
音をさせないようにさ、
Yasu, careful not to make any sound.
スルリと
Slip the key off
ヤスがうまく鍵を抜いて、
and hid it in your locker.
ベルネのロッカーに隠したんだよ。
That has to be it.
私も最初はそう思った。
That's what I thought at first.
ヤスに舐めたことすんじゃねってカってかかった。
I jumped at Yasu, telling that kid not to mess with me.
でも言いながら思ってた。
But even as I said it, I realized,
これ絶対変じゃねって。
isn't there something completely wrong here?
だってさ、あの日私たちずっとヤスと一緒に部屋回ってたわけでしょ。
After all, on that day, we were cleaning that room with Yasu the whole time, right?
鍵をカチャカチャ外すほどの隙は絶対ないよ。
There wouldn't have been time for Yasu to noisily remove a key.
ヤスには無理
It was impossible for Yasu.
っていうか、誰にも不可能だよ。
In-
音をさせずに、それもわずかの隙に鍵を一本だけ抜き取るなんて。
In fact, it should have been impossible for anyone.
受け取った時からもうマスターキーが一本足りなかったとか。
Maybe the ring was missing a master key when you got it.
だから言ってんじゃん。
I already told you!
ちゃんと鍵は最初あった。
The key really was there in the beginning.
あの部屋の鍵を開けたのは私。
I was the one who unlocked that room.
だから絶対鍵はあった。
So it must have been there.
で、部屋に入って、
And then I went into the room.
私バカだから鍵のジャラジャラが嫌いで、ひょいとベッドの上に置いといた。
I'm stupid, and since I hate having the keys clattering around, I placed the ring on the bed.
それで掃除終わって鍵束取って正常しようとしたらもうなかった。
Then, when we finished cleaning, I picked up the ring, tried to lock the door, and it was gone.
背中を向けてはいたけれど鍵のすぐそばにいた。
I may have turned my back on the ring, but it was right next to me.
だから誰かが鍵を一本だけ抜くなんていたずらをして悠長にガチャガチャ言わせたらすぐわかる。
So, if someone tried to pull a prank by removing just one key, I'd have heard the clinking.
なのにその部屋の鍵一本だけがスーッと蒸発して私のロッカーの中に。
And yet, just the key from that room vanished and appeared again in my locker.
いいよ。ヤスがこっそりやったって仮定してもいい。
So, okay, let's say that Yasu managed to sneak it away.
そう考えると気楽になれるもん。
It's easier to think of that way.
でもね、
But still,
じゃあどうやってロッカーに入れたわけ？
how could Yasu have put it in my locker?
ヤス、私たちとずっと一緒じゃん。
Yasu and I were together the whole time, right?
私がないないって大騒ぎしてあちこち探し回ってロッカーの中で見つけるまでずっと一緒だったじゃん。
When I started yelling about it being gone and ran all over the place looking for it, Yasu was with me until the moment I found it in my locker. Get it?
ありえないって。
I'm telling you, it's impossible. Slam.
私、ヤスに当たり散らしながら感じ始めてた。
Even as I jumped at Yasu, I began to feel it.
というか、ヤスの瞳がさ、無言で言ってるわけ。
I mean, Yasu's eyes seemed to be saying it silently.
あの子の言うさ、いつの間にか物がなくなってるって。
According to Yasu, the reason things used to go missing all the time wasn't because Yasu was forgetful, as everyone said, but actually,
みんなが言うように、あの子がぼんやりしてるんじゃなくて、
it was because
私と同じで、突然ありえないことが起こって、
Impossible things would suddenly happen, just like they had to me.
その
And
ヤスはずっと一緒だったからロッカーに入れるのは不可能
Yasu was with you the whole time, so there's no chance for Yasu to put the key in the locker?
そんなおかしなことが他にも。
Did other strange things like that happen?
そう
Yeah, they did.
物がなくなるとか単純にそれだけじゃないことがその後も他にも何度も何度も
Afterwards, other things happened, and not just things disappearing over and over.
さすがに薄気味悪くなって物とかその辺に置かないように気をつけたけど
Of course,
それでもダメだった
I started getting nervous and made sure not to put things down in places like that, but that didn't help.
最初こそヤスなめんなって思ってたけど
At first, I was angry at Yasu,
途中からマジでこれは違うって理解し始めた
but at some point, I began to realize that I was mistaken.
私がポケットに入れっぱなしにしてたはずの鍵束から鍵が消えたことだってある
One time, a key even disappeared from a ring that I'd left in my pocket.
私は気づいた
Then, I realized
ヤスがいたずらしてんじゃない
these weren't Yasu's pranks.
ヤスも私も同じ何かにやられてるんじゃないかって
The same thing that happened to Yasu is now happening to me.
落ち着きなよ
Calm down a bit.
私は一部はヤスのいたずら
I think some of those were Yasu's fault.
それ以外のほとんどはベルネのうっかりか勘違いだと思ってるよ
And the others were just you being clumsy.
確かに屋敷はいつも薄暗くてどこか薄気味悪かったし
It's true that the mansion's always dark and eerie.
なんかたたりとか呪いとかそんなのがあってもおかしくなさそうな雰囲気はあった
And it does feel like the sort of place you'd find a curse.
そのせいできっとベルネはおかしな方向に怯えちゃったんじゃないかなって
I'm sure that's what made you scared like that.
あんただって見たでしょ
You saw it too, didn't you?
ほらあの雨の日記念室に消えるおかしな白い影を見たでしょ
Remember that vanishing white shadow we saw in the VIP room that rainy day? Uh-oh, now we're getting ghost territory.
見たけど
Yes, I saw.
白い何かを着た奥様かお嬢様じゃない
But couldn't that just have been Madam or Milady wearing something white?
白い何かって何
What do you mean something white?
そんな服を着てるの奥様もお嬢様も見たことないよ
Have you ever seen either of them wearing something like that?
というかあの貴賓室いつも施錠されてるし
And besides, that VIP room is always locked.
奥様とかは鍵持ってないし
They don't have keys to it.
あれは絶対幽霊とか俺とか
And they don't have keys to it. Oh, that had to have been some kind of ghost. A ghost.
絶対に魔女の影だった
No, the silhouette of the witch.
とまあ途中からベルネはこんな感じ
So basically, Belne started acting like this.
すっかり怯えてしまった
Totally scared.
私はすれてるから
I've got more street smarts than her.
ベルネがビビればビビるほど魔女なんてバカらしいそんなのいるわけないって思いを強くしたけど
So the more scared she was, the more I thought that witches were stupid and couldn't exist.
でもさすがに空気を読まざるを得なかった
Still, I had to be careful about what I said.
というかうかつに口にしない方がいい話題だと気づき始めてた
I mean, I realized that this wasn't something I should talk about carelessly.
怪談とかたたりってさ部外者が聞くと本当にバカバカしい
All ghost stories and curses sound stupid to outsiders.
でもねそこにいる当事者からすると全然笑えない
But to the people who believe in them, it's absolutely not a joking matter.
あれは本当に笑えない話だったよ
It really was no joke.
マスネは ちっとも私の話を信じてくれなかった。
Asune didn't believe a word of what I said.
だから私途中からアスネに相談するのやめてヤスに打ち明けて相談したの。
So I eventually stopped telling her about it and confessed to Yasu instead.
私はあんたのいたずらだと思ってたけど絶対にあんたじゃない。
I told Yasu I thought you were the culprit, but it couldn't have been you.
なんかそう
I said that something
おかしなものにやられてるって。
strange was happening to me.
そうしたらなんて。
And what was that kid's answer?
自分も同じようなことが何度もあったけど誰に相談しても信じてくれなかったって。
He also said that the same thing had happened many times already, but no one else believed any of it.
第一先輩とかはヤスのことバカにしてたけどヤスは言われるほどドジでもバカでもなかった。
In the first place, the older servants always made fun of Yasu, but that kid clearly wasn't as clumsy or stupid as they said.
年下に仕切られるのはムカつくからいつも反抗してたけど仕事は割とそつなくこなしてた。
I hated having a younger person tell me what to do, so I always resisted, but he also always got our work done flawlessly.
そんなヤスがそこまでバカにされるほど物をなくすなんてことあるのかなって不思議に思ってた。
I've always thought it strange that people made fun of Yasu for losing things.
だから確信したの。
I was sure then.
リール
It existed.
このお屋敷には人間とは異なる何かおかしなものがいるって。
Some strange, inhuman thing existed in this mansion.
それが魔女ベアトリーチェだ
And that thing was the witch, Beatrice?
と。もしそれがそう呼ばれるものならば信じる。
If that's what you want to call it, I'll believe it.
とにかく人間じゃ説明ができないものが確かにあの屋敷にはいたの。
Anyway, something that couldn't be explained away by human actions definitely existed there.
それを理解できない人たちが私やヤスのことをドジだのうっかりだの勝手に言ってた。
People who didn't understand kept calling Yasu and me forgetful.
分かってない全然分かってない。
They didn't get it. They just didn't get it.
でも
Still,
ベルネもさすがにヤバいと思ってしっかりするようになったじゃん。
it did freak you out for a while, but then you got a lot better.
そしたら物がなくなるとかの騒ぎなくなったじゃん。
After all that fuss about you losing things went away, right?
やっぱりベルネの勘違いだったんだよ。
So it must have been your imagination all that time.
違うよ
You're wrong!
私ヤスにシャノに熊沢さんとかにも相談したの。
I talked to Yasu, to Shannon, and Kumasawa-san and the others about it.
そしたらやっぱり魔女はいるって。
And they said that the witch really did exist.
古い使用人たちはみんなちゃんと敬ってるって。
The old servants all made sure to respect her.
私はベアトリーチェなんているわけないって堂々とバカにしてたからたたられたんだって。
They said I'd been cursed because I'd stupidly gone around saying that Beatrice didn't exist.
だから心を入れ替えた。
So I reformed.
ヤスに貴賓室の人形のお参りの仕方を習った。
He also taught me how to give offerings to the doll in the VIP room. Oh yeah, I forgot about the doll thing for a sec.
源氏様に頼んで鎮守
That
の
was the
社
thing.
にもお参りさせてもらった。
I asked Genji-sama for permission and prayed at the shrine by the sea.
そしたら収まったのピタリと。
And then it all stopped all at once.
アスネも途中から魔女のことバカにしなくなったからよかったけど
You were okay, Asune, since you stopped making fun of the witch partway through.
もしも空気読まずにずっとバカにし続けてたら今度はあんたがたたりの標的にされてたに違いない。
But if you'd cluelessly gone on making fun of her, you'd surely have been cursed next.
私が保証するよ
Yes.
絶対にあんたがたたられてた。
Yes, I guarantee it. You definitely would have been cursed.
さすがに
I guess.
私もドン引くかな。
Even I was creeped out by you two.
口に出していいやしないけど
I never said out loud, but
あんた分かってない。
you just don't get it.
本当に分かってないよ。
You really don't.
だから私は新しい後輩にはきちっと教えたよ。
So, make sure to teach all the newer servants well.
このお屋敷にはベアトリーチ様という魔女がいる。
A witch called Beatrice-sama lives in this mansion.
バカにするとマジでたたるからって。
If you make fun of her, you really will be cursed.
ベルネ。
Belne. Belne.
ものがね消えたらそれは魔女がすぐ近くにいて私たちを見てるって合図なんだよ。
When things disappeared, that was a sign that the witch was close by and watching us.
いたずらだとか魔女なんかいるわけないとか
If you said it was a prank, or that witches couldn't exist,
そんなことを言ったら
you'd
もっ
be,
ともっとたたられてしまう。
you'd be cursed even more.
私もヤスもそう。
It was like that for both Yasu and me.
鍵が消えたら
And the key disappeared.
それは魔女が現れた印。
That was a sign that the witch had appeared. Just watching someone have a mental breakdown. Belne-san carelessly tossed her keyring on the bed again, humming as she started to clean. No matter how much I warn her, she doesn't change her ways. She's always making fun of me and calling me Yasu. She won't listen to what I tell her. Why won't she listen to what I say? You mustn't leave things lying carelessly around. If you lower your guard, the witch will prank you. Yeah.
うまそうな鍵束が放り出されておるわ。
Look at that delicious keyring. Stop it, please. That's Belne-san's key. Keep your pranking to me alone. Let the others be.
そなたは最近すっかり用心深くなって面白くなかったところだ。
With how cautious you've grown, you're no fun anymore.
冗談。
Cackle. Just kidding.
それにしても我が友が親切に忠告しているというのに耳を重ねたわ。不愉快な奴らよ。
Still, how unpleasant these people are, refusing to listen to my friend's kindly advice.
我が友を蔑む言動の数々。わらわに対するものと受け取らせてもらおうぞ。
Any insult to my friend I take as an insult to myself. Are you planning to steal Belne-san's key? Please, don't do it. She'll think, I hid it again.
わらわの魔法をそなたごときの仕業と見下すか。
She thinks my magic is not but the scheme of a child like you.
ならばよかろう。
Very well then.
人間には無理なことを見せてやればよい。
Let's just show her something that would be impossible for a human.
我が魔法を見せてやる。
Let's show her my magic.
愚かなるベルネとやら。
Foolish Belne.
我が友の忠告に耳を貸さなかったことを後悔させてくれる。
I'll make you regret not listening to my friend's advice.
この気楽な体では物足りぬ。借りるぞ、そなたの体。
This flimsy body is not enough. I'm borrowing yours.
久々に本当の魔法を見せてやりたくなったぞ。
It's been too long since I've shown you real magic.
わずかのひとと再び我が身を現世に。
Let my body return to the land of the living for just a moment. Whoa. Huh? Ah. A shiver ran up my whole body like an electric shock. From that moment onwards, I couldn't move any part of my body by my own will. Man. Next time I do something bad, I'm just gonna say that a witch possessed me and caused me to cause a little mischief. It wasn't me who did the bad thing. It was this witch called Gap / Beatrice that possessed my body. From that moment on, I couldn't move any part of my body on my own will. Like a moment of shock after a blackout. I could do nothing but accept the fact that I had lost control over myself. All the cells throughout my body felt tingly. It felt as though my body had been transformed into someone else's. I realized that the witch Beatrice was using my body as a vessel to revive for a short period of time. Very nice. That ticklish feeling of the air on my skin. Having a body is simply wonderful. What are you trying to do? Please, don't do anything mean. Mean things, mean things. This time, everything was backwards. My words were spoken inside my heart, and the witch's voice was coming out of my mouth. Fear not. I'll give your body back soon enough. I just need to teach her a lesson with a little prank. I won't do anything foolish that might earn you her suspicion. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Everything went completely white, and my mind stopped. Once again, that tingling sensation slid up my body. I could feel it all gather in the fingers of both my hands and come out the tips of my fingers. It was an unfathomable, indescribable, unknown sensation. My head went blank, and I couldn't think at all. I could do nothing but abandon my soul to the sensation. I finally understood. This is what it's like to use magic. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? My finger was moved like a puppet. Had to sneeze, sorry, bless me, and danced around as though I was conducting music. I never knew that having my body move without my control could be so exciting. When Beato lifted my finger as if a string was attached to it, the key ring lying on the bed stood on end. Belne-san didn't notice. Neither did Asune-san. They were fully occupied by their happy chat as they cleaned the room. I doubt that either of them would have dreamed that a witch was right behind them, readying herself to use magic. They probably couldn't even imagine the keyring doing a little dance right behind their backs. It was like a cartoon fairy tale I'd seen once as a kid. The happy way the keys danced and spun made it look as though they had a will of their own. I could feel the fun of making those keys dance with my fingers wash over me. Yes, this is pleasure. As I powerlessly watched the witch control me, I couldn't help but surrender myself to this new joy called magic. Oops, that won't do. If the whole ring disappears, my friend will be suspected again. All we need. Yes, we just need the key to this room to disappear. Beato controlled my fingers, controlling the magic, and thereby controlling the keys. The key ring slumped down on the bed, and then just the mansion's master key stood on end. Well now, what shall I do with this? Merely erasing it would be quite boring. So. Why don't I throw it into her locker? That'll give my friend, who's been working here with her the whole time, a splendid alibi. Come, try and remember. Where have you been sleeping? Yes, It was a warm, dark place.
ベルネのロッカーの中であるわ。
The inside of Belne's locker. Whoa. When Beato snapped her fingers, the key burst and became a gold butterfly. A gold butterfly? I see. It's gold because she's the Golden Witch. Gave the master all of his gold. And butterflies are scared of spiderwebs. So, it's a gold butterfly. The minions of the Witch Beatrice are gold butterflies. After flitting into the air, it burst into a shower of gold sparks and disappeared. And then, the vanished key was in Belne-san's locker. Though it was far away, in a changing room locker, I could tell exactly how it had happened. It wasn't by sight or by touch. It was by some other sense inside my heart, which couldn't be explained by the five senses. A completely new sensation that I'd never felt before. It was a completely alien concept, called magic. A completely unknown pleasure that left me in a trance.
もうよいぞ、我が友よ。
That's enough, my friend.
この体、そなたに返すぞ。
I'll give you this body back too. It felt as though I had been spinning through space until gravity suddenly came back and threw me to the ground. Like when you're having a great dream, but you wake up suddenly, and all you remember about the dream was that it was fun. That sort of lonely feeling. Though Beato had been borrowing my body, it was my own body that used magic. I could still feel that sensation in my hands. The keyring over there had danced along with the movements of my fingers. No, that's not quite it. The keyring and my fingers had danced together. That fun, that excitement, still tingled slightly in my hands. Whoops, that was close. Saying this, Belne-san suddenly turned around and picked up the keyring she had thrown down on the bed. She must have realized that I was staring at it. Almost had Yasu complaining that I shouldn't leave keys lying around like this, or about like this. I never put something down and forget about it. With a grin, she put the key back into her pocket. However, she still hadn't noticed. She probably couldn't even imagine that just a single key had vanished while her back was turned for a second. It's not easy for a human to do things like that. But with magic, with just a little dance of the keys and a butterfly popping, it had disappeared. Okay, fingertip inspection. Bed? Okay. Curtains? Okay. Tools? Okay. And keys too. Rattle, rattle, rattle. See? Nothing wrong, right? Yes, that's good. Then let's go on to the next room. Belne-san? Could you lock up this room for me? Sure. Did Belne-san's key really disappear by magic? Was that fun magic just a daydream I had? I was so scared of that being true that I tested it. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you taking so long? Huh? 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 Wait, are you kidding me? What's wrong? It's not this one? And it isn't this one? Huh? What the? What is it? Do you want me to lock it? I don't get it. What's going on? My master key's gone. Just my master key is gone. Why? This ring's so stiff. There's no way it'd come off. I could faintly feel that tingling sensation run across my fingers again. Magic. That night, as I gazed at the ceiling from the bed in my dorm room, I looked at my hands. I couldn't sleep. The excitement from the time those keys danced was still there in my fingers. Is this how Beatrice, how witches always feel? I have a friend who's a witch called Beatrice. She always used to pull pranks on me with her strange magic. Because I saw this all the time, I thought I knew what magic was. But today, she had possessed my body and used magic with it. The sensation of magic that I finally felt at the time still held my heart entranced. It was a completely unknown pleasure. After all, by moving my fingertips, I could make the key dance as I wished. It was a strange, strange miracle of magic, something humans could not do. I still couldn't let go of that excitement. Shannon? Are you awake?
Nani?
What is it? Shannon was still awake. Shannon is always early to bed, early to rise. By getting to bed early, all of her weariness disappears by the next day. She lives a model life, one that all servants should respect and admire. If I want to become a loved, respected servant like Shannon, I'll need to act that way too. However, I wasn't confident that I could do that anymore. I guess I can't become like you after all.
どうしたの?
What do you mean?
突然.
This is a bit abrupt. You are my ideal. Always. Yeah. Everyone in the Fukun house loves you and is kind to you. Since you always played with me, you're the only friend I've ever had. And you're also a wonderful servant who can carry out any task in the Ishimiya mansion both flawlessly and gracefully. You were the target I longed to reach. That's what you were to me. Yeah.
一緒に頑張ろうよ.
Let's give it our all together.
ほら、石の上にも3年って言うよ.
As I say, perseverance prevails.
みんな、どんどんあなたを認めてくれているよ.
Everyone will grow to acknowledge you more and more.
だから一緒に素敵な使用人を目指そうよ.
So let's aim to become wonderful servants together.
私、使用人やめる.
I'm gonna stop being a servant. Let's be wonderful servants together. About that. Huh?
使用人より
Instead of a servant,
魔女の方が面白そう.
I'd rather be a witch. Dude, I should say that to my boss. I should say, instead of holding a day job, I'd rather be a witch. Just to see what happens. Just to see what happens.
魔女って
What do you mean
何の話?
by witch?
みんなに愛されて頼りにされる使用人って
I did, and still do.
今ももちろん憧れるけど
Wish I could be a servant loved and relied upon by everybody.
でも今の私には
I could be Yasu. But right now,
魔女の方が
I want to be a witch.
憧れるの.
Even more.
それは
Well, that's... Huh? Shannon was confused. It was hardly surprising. All this about quitting as a servant was at least understandable. But she didn't know how to answer after hearing that her roommate wanted to become a witch.
魔女
A witch?
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice?
今日ねベアトリーチェが私に乗り移って 私の体を使って魔法を使ったの。
You see, today, Beatrice possessed me and used my body to do magic.
その時その未知の世界にこうゾクゾクっとしたものを感じたの。
That unknown world felt so thrilling.
それは後ろ宮家の使用人に推薦されたことを知らされた時よりもずっと上。
It was much more thrilling when I learned that I'd been selected as an Ishimiya family servant.
知らなかった世界を初めて知ったような、
It was like learning about a new world.
まるで暗闇の世界だけに住んでて世界を全て知っているようなつもりになっていた私が、
As though I'd been living in a world of darkness all my life and thought I knew what the world was like.
初めて光を知って世界を目にするような、
Then finally learned what light was and saw the world for the first time.
そんな喜び、
It was joy,
興奮、
excitement. Beato had only used my fingers, made a keyring dance, and turned a key into a butterfly before hiding it in a locker. But I'd understood it with my body. If I'd moved my fingers a different way, the ring could have flown into the air instead of just dancing. And I could have turned it into a scaring lizard instead of a butterfly. I could have done anything. True, Beatrice's magical power was still weak. It had all happened in the little world behind the backs of the servants who were filled with anti-magic toxin. However, inside that tiny, short-lived world, I could do anything at all. Beato just happened to settle on making them dance and turning the key into a butterfly. But if she'd wanted to, she could have done anything else. The endless sensation of that free, unrestricted power. I could still feel it in my fingertips. Could it be that, along with that sensation, a fragment of that magical power might also remain? I can tell. It's still there. There's still just a bit of it there, along with that sensation. I can do it. I can still do it. A single spot of golden light suddenly lit up in this dark room. It was right between my clasped hands. When I slowly opened them, I could see a single dot that sparkled gold.
それは
What? Is... Question mark. Shannon didn't know what the light meant. How could light appear from the palm of my hands? And yet, even with this miracle right in front of her, she couldn't understand what it was. She just sat there with her mouth open in disbelief. However, to me, this was just the return of that bit of sensation in my fingertips. The golden dot spread out and became a small golden butterfly. It flapped its wings and scattered gold sparks about like a cartoon fairy. To Shannon, probably just looked as though a gold butterfly was flapping its wings. Of course, that alone was a miracle that she could hardly grasp. But to me, it was like a remote-controlled plane in the shape of a butterfly. I could control that gold butterfly however I wanted. Not clumsily with threads. I could make it flap, dance, play through the air as I wished. I was taking a walk through the air as that little butterfly. The golden glint of it pierced the darkness of the small room as it danced about freely. It was an entrancing pleasure. However, that sensation in my fingers began to weaken. I could tell that the few magic butterfly scales left in my fingers were going away. Finally, gold butterfly flashed and turned to dust like a firework ran out of juice, falling down and disappearing without a trace.
今のは一体
What on earth just happened?
これが魔法。
This is magic.
すごく楽しいよ。
It's really fun.
魔法
Magic? Yeah,
魔法。
magic.
私の指にまだ少しだけ魔法が残ってたから使えた。
There was still some magic left in my fingers, so I was able to use it.
でも本当の魔女になればもっともっと自由自在に何でもできる。
But if I became a real witch, I'll be able to use it whenever and however I want, to do anything.
もう 私はこの楽しさを覚えてしまったの。も
Now that I've learned how fun this can be,
う人間には戻りたくない。
I don't want to go back to being human.
使用人なんて退屈なの。耐えられない。
Being a servant is just too boring.
だから魔女に
So,
なるよ。
I'm going to become a witch.
魔女になるって。
Become a witch?
待って。
Wait,
もう決めたの、シャノン。
I've already made my decision, Shannon.
今日まで楽しかった。
It's been fun.
この部屋をあげるね。
I'll give you this room.
あなた一人で使って。
As a parting gift, you get the room to yourself. You can use it by yourself. That reminds me, this is like this is like when me and my best friend were what, sophomores, and we had a room that we shared, and then he like left halfway through the year. he dropped out of school, went home. He said basically the same thing. He's like, you at least get the room to yourself. No one ever got replaced in there. Had a place to myself. But I was like, this was my face. I was like, oh no. Oh no.
じゃあね。
Later.
さようなら。
Goodbye.
待って。
Oh, wait. As Shannon called out repeatedly for me to wait, a massive planetarium swallowed me up. In the sea of the pitch black starry sky, I was alone. We are alone here.
使用人ごっこはもうやめる。
I'm done acting the part of the servant.
世界を変更。
I'm going to modify this world. God, I wish this was me. Indeed.
了解したぞ。
Understood.
それではいかようにしたものか。
In that case, what will you do?
シャノンのような素敵な使用人も悪くはない。
Being a wonderful servant like Shannon wouldn't be bad.
でも魔女の楽しさを知ってしまったら、もうそれは退屈な憧れ。
But now that I know how fun it is to be a witch, it feels like a boring dream.
もう戻れない。
I can't go back anymore.
シャノンはどうするのか。
What'll happen to Shannon?
シャノンはシャノンで、これからも尊敬される使用人でいてくれればいい。
Shannon can just be Shannon and stay as a respected servant.
彼女は彼女のままで。
She'll stay the same.
ただ、これからは私と二人ではなく、彼女だけになるけれど。
But from now on, it won't be the two of us together, but her alone.
別れは唐突にであるな。
Farewells are sudden. Is that not the phrase?
まあよい。
Very well.
気まぐれな方が人生は退屈せぬというものよ。
Being fickle makes life more entertaining.
さればどうする。
And what of you?
魔女がやりたい。
I want to become a witch.
ベアトがやりたい。
I want to become Beato.
しかしわらわがすでにベアトリーチェであるぞ。
But I am already Beatrice.
あなたが魔女で、私の友人という設定はそのままで。
You'll still be a witch and my friend.
ベアトは私ということに世界を変更する。
I'm modifying the world so that Beato is me.
つまりわらわはベアトリーチェの友人の魔女
So,
ということになるのか。
I'll be a witch who is a friend of Beatrice?
そんな感じ。
Pretty much.
だからあなたは今から
And I'm gonna give you a
ベア
stupid
トリー
name.
チェじゃない魔女。
I'm gonna call you Gap. So from now on, you're a different witch.
わかっ
I understand.
た。ではわらわの新しい名前は何とする。
Then, what will be my new name?
ふさわしい名前が思いつくまで保留にする。
I'll put that on hold until I can think of one.
しばらくは名なしで。
You'll be nameless for a while.
ごめんね。
Sorry about the trouble.
よいよい。
Not at all, not at all.
せっかくの名前だ。
This is my precious name we're talking about.
熟考してもらわねば困るというもの。
You had better take your time and think carefully about it. Not name me something really stupid just because I make holes or something.
あなたはベアトリーチェが幼く、まだ魔法が使えない頃からの友人。
You've been Beatrice's friend since she was young and couldn't use magic yet.
私のものを隠したりしてからかっていたことが縁の始まり。
When we first met each other, you'd always hide my things and make fun of me.
なるほど。
I see.
それがやがて魔法に目覚めたベアトリーチェの対等な友人となるわけか。
And when Beatrice finally learns the way of magic, I become a friend on an equal footing with her.
ではわらわは少しお姉さん的な立場の友人であるな。
Perhaps that would make me a sort of big sister to you.
そんな感じ。
Yeah, that sounds nice.
喋り方どうしようかな。
What are we going to do about how we talk?
ベアトリーチェの一人称はわらわですっかり馴染んでしまったな。
Beatrice's voice is that of a woman with high station.
そなたに譲るか。
Shall I give that to you as well? Yeah,
わらわという言葉遣いは私が引き継ぐ。
I'll inherit the way she talks.
わかったぞ。
Indeed, I comprehend.
ではわらわも。いやいや、これからはわらわではないな。
Or perhaps I shouldn't say it like that.
私もベアトリーチェの姉的立場である魔女の友人にふさわしい喋り方を探しておくことにする。
I'll need to find a good way to sound like Beatrice's big sister, like witch friend. Yeah,
いや、
or should it be
うむ。
indeed?
なかなかの貫禄。
Now there's a nice, dignified voice.
私の、いや、
Okay, then how about... No, wait. She's like role-playing. She's like a character customizing right now. As if she's playing The Sims or something. She's like, ah, shit. I need to make my OC.
わらわの容姿はどうしたものか。
Then what about my appearance?
そうだな。
Good point.
私は真っ赤な魔女という感じであるからな。
I've got a sort of blood red witch look.
赤以外の雰囲気でまとめてみてはどうか。
Why not choose a different color for yourself?
ベアトリーチェは夜の屋敷を徘徊するとき、白い人影の姿をすることが多い。
When Beatrice wanders the mansion at night, she's often seen dressed in white.
やはり亡霊といえば白がイメージか。
Yes, I suppose ghosts are classically white.
白いドレスの
A witch.
魔女。
In a white dress.
イメージをまとめてみる。
Let's try putting it all together. I need a different look than the witch in the demon red dress. A white noble witch. Unlike the time with the red witch, I'm thinking about my own look now. So I'd like to make it beautiful and cute if I can. A white dress. A noble look. Like one of noble blood, but with a dark, sarcastic streak. No, she's like a tomboy princess, so her voice is a mix of formality and rudeness. Then the dress should be the exact opposite, to make a nice contrast. Then what of this form?
これが新しいベアトリーチェの姿なの？
Is this the form of the new Beatrice?
これは美しい。
How beautiful!
高貴な姫君みたいだね。
Just like a noble princess.
気に入った。
I've taken a liking to this form.
悪くないぞこの姿。
This will be quite satisfactory.
いいじゃない。
Not bad.
素敵よ、ベアト。
You look great, Beato.
気に入った。
I like it.
実に気に入ったぞ、この姿。
I truly do like this form.
その調子で今度は私に素敵な名前をつけてくれると嬉しいわね。
Now, if you can keep this up and give me a wonderful name, that'd be great.
いつまでも名なしじゃん。ふてくされちゃうわ。
If I have to go around nameless for too long, I'll get all sulky.
安心せよ。必ず立派な名前を考えてやろうぞ。
Fear not, I shall find you a splendid name.
それよりまず考えたいことがある。それはわらわの使う魔法のイメージである。
But first, there's something I must consider. What shall be the form of my magic?
物を隠したり別の場所に瞬間移動させる魔法はそなたのイメージだ。
Did I expect the usual Beatrice appearance? I think I did. If I had to pick one or the other, honestly, probably like 50-50. Maybe. Like, I expected the usual Beatrice appearance, but I'm not shocked. I'm not 100% surprised. Hiding objects and transferring them instantaneously is your theme.
だからわらわもわらわにふさわしい魔法のイメージを考えねばな。
So, I must think of my own particular theme of magic.
魔法を使うとき黄金の蝶が飛び交う。
When I use magic, gold butterflies will flit about.
そこは譲れぬぞ。
I'm not backing down on that part.
素敵ね。
Perfect.
それこそまさに黄金の魔女。
That really would make you a golden witch.
じゃあ雲の糸が苦手で社に収められている霊境が苦手でという弱点もあなたに？
Then the weaknesses such as spiderwebs and the sacred mirror in the shrine will also go to you?
ふむ。
Indeed.
万能の魔女にも何かささやかな弱点があった方が面白いというもの。
Even an all-powerful witch needs a few small weaknesses to keep things interesting.
ではこうしよう。
Then let us do it like so.
雲の糸に触れたらやけどをするということとする。
If I touch a spiderweb, it will burn me. Beatrice, new Beatrice here is like, I can't be a Mary Sue. Silently, a silvery spider dropped down vertically. Beato, now in her new form, lightly touched the silver spiderweb that trailed out behind it. Ow. As she did, there was a faint sound of flesh burning. A thin burn was left across her finger. Beatrice can't stand spiderwebs. That was one of the weaknesses of the evil spirits Kumasawa-san spoke of. Since the witch Beatrice had revived thanks to the power of those evil spirits, she had also inherited their weaknesses. Therefore, sacred mirrors are another one of my weaknesses. However, that sacred mirror in the shrine isn't too likely to appear in front of me often. That's not so fun.
では、霊力のある鏡は無論のこと、鏡自体も苦手ということにしよう。
Then, while mirrors with sacred power will obviously be a weakness, let us make mirrors themselves a weakness too.
鏡って魔力があるってよく言うものね。
You often hear that mirrors have magical powers.
いいんじゃない？
Isn't that nice?
いかにも魔女っぽい感じ。
Sounds just like a witch.
鏡を見ると魔力が吸い取られる感じがするので苦手ということにしよう。
If I look at a mirror, it feels as though my magical power is being sucked out, so I shall try to avoid them.
面白そうだ。
Indeed, that could be quite amusing. If I really think about it, I'm bad with mirrors whether I make that rule or not. No matter who I want to or strive to be, the only face that will ever show in a mirror is the heartlessly pathetic and realistic face of Yasu. Mirrors, which always force me to face my shabby reality, are something I always want to avoid. That's right, I hate mirrors. I don't want to see my pitiful self.
一度に何もかも決めなくていいわ。
You don't need to decide everything at once. No, I made I made it seem like she was like creating a character in like The Sims. This is more like rolling a new character in like D&D or something. She's creating the backstory. She's got the weaknesses. She's got her strengths. She's got how her magic manifests. She's got it. She's just taking it a little too seriously. She's just going a little far with it. You don't need to decide everything at once.
世界をゆっくりと作り上げていくのだってとても楽しいのだから。
It's fun to build up a world one little bit at a time. True.
分かっている。
I understand.
ゆっくりと魔女の生活を楽しみながら、わらわの世界を膨らませてゆこうぞ。
I shall enjoy life as a witch as I slowly expand my world.
あの狭くて暗い部屋はもうあんたの寝床じゃないわね。
That tiny dark room is no place for you to sleep now. Indeed.
わらわこそは黄金の魔女。
I am the Golden Witch.
特権島の夜の支配者なれば、夜の屋敷はわらわのもの。
I am the ruler of Rokenjima's night, and the nighttime mansion belongs to me.
わらわの住まうべきは屋敷ではないか。
That is where I should make my home, is it not?
ベアトリーチェの部屋
A room for Beatrice?
決まってるじゃないか
Ha ha ha, isn't it obvious?
そうね。
Yeah, that's right.
お屋敷の2階のあの素敵な部屋。
That wonderful room on the second floor of the mansion.
魔女の貴賓室こそベアトリーチェの部屋じゃないか
The VIP room of the witch just has to be Beatrice's room.
おお、そうであったな。
Oh, that's right.
今宵よりわらわが住まうは夜の屋敷のあの部屋ではないか。
From this evening forward, that room in the nighttime mansion shall be my dwelling place.
これはうっかりしていた。
Why didn't I think of that myself?
じゃあ行きましょうベアと。
Then let's go, Beato.
魔女が2人お茶をするならあんな狭い部屋じゃなくてふさわしい素敵な部屋でするべきだわ。
If you're going to drink tea together, we'll need a much better room than that cramped one.
そうであるな。
Indeed.
友人を招いて茶を振る舞うにはあの部屋は粗末が過ぎる。
That room is too crude for entertaining friends and serving tea.
部屋を変えよう。
We shall change rooms.
有効ではないか。
Let us
我が友よ。
let us go, my friend.
シャノンとはお別れね。
So, this is goodbye to Shannon. When I looked at my feet, I could see my own dorm room far beneath me. I could see Shannon, who had dashed up to the bed I lay on and had been saying wait at the moment time froze. She was as rigid as a doll. Looking down at it from this height really did look like a small dollhouse.
さらばだシャノン。
So long, Shannon.
人間としてそなたを目標にそなたと友情を育みながらの日々も楽しいものであったぞ。
The days I spent as a human, with you as a goal and a constant comfort, were truly fun.
もしわらわが魔法の閲楽を知ることなく魔女に開眼することがなかったなら
If I'd never learned the joys of magic and awakened as a witch,
それはこれからも変わらなかったであろうな。
everything would doubtless have remained it as it was. I was your only close friend, too, wasn't I? Please forgive me for erasing that friend so suddenly. As a parting gift, I will erase me from your world. Starting now, this will not be a two-person room. It will be a single-person room with just you in it. I hope you continue to strive for your ideal and try to become a kind, reliable servant loved by everyone. Yasu, the stupid, clumsy servant who lost things all the time, doesn't exist anymore. So long, Shannon. So long, K-Bounce. When I mature as a witch Beatrice and stride through the nighttime mansion where I will, I may bump into you as you do your nighttime rounds. However, when I meet you again, it will not be a reunion. It'll be our first meeting. After all, though you have heard the rumors of the witch Beatrice, you have never met her. So long, Shannon. Let us meet again sometime and spin up some fun tale. Bye. Bye, friend. Bye. Bye. Wait. Wait. Someone's trying to call me. Someone from Japan, apparently. Trying to call me. Someone from Japan is calling me, telling me that they're enjoying the Umineko streams. Sorry about that. I don't know why. Okay. What? My phone. I just heard my phone vibrating and felt on my desk. What was I doing? Was I talking in my sleep? Apparently, I'd gotten out of bed, stretched my hand out towards it, and said, wait. This isn't the first time I've woken up to find myself saying something strange, but I don't remember ever waking up to find myself out of bed and standing up. Could this be what they call sleepwalking? Am I just tired? Gotta sleep. Gotta get back to sleep. I turned around and faced my bed. My bed wasn't there. There was no bed in this room except the one I had just turned my back on. If I'm the only one in this room, and the only bed is the one behind me, that must mean it's my bed. I feel it's wrong for some reason. The bed sheets are all disarranged, as though someone had slipped out of them. Who did? This is a single person room with me in it, right? So, that there's my bed, and the traces of someone crawling out mean that I was just sleeping there until a second ago? But for some reason, that bed doesn't feel like my bed. However, though all the other kids shared rooms, I, Shannon, was given a single person room. So there's only one bed, and it must be mine.
私
Am I just
疲れてる
tired?
のかな
I wonder. I must just be half asleep. School will start early tomorrow morning. And, when school ends, I want to go to the mansion, help out with some work, and talk to Kumasawa-san about the mystery novel I just read.
寝よう
Time to sleep.
きっと疲れてるからおかしなことを考えちゃうのね
I'm probably just so worn out that I'm imagining things.
おやすみなさいシャノ
Good night, Shannon.
布団に包まれて静かに目を閉じれば
Just crawl in bed and close your eyes.
もう何も難しいことは考えなくていいんだよ
And you won't have to think about anything complicated. I went back into my bed. It felt a bit uncomfortable to crawl into a bed that wasn't mine. Still, it might just be because I'm getting so sleepy, but it's starting to feel as though this is my bed after all. I'm just half asleep.
私はシャノン
I am Shannon,
一人ぼっちの使用人
a lonely servant.
時々失敗もしちゃうけど
I mess up from time to time.
誰からも愛される優しい使用人になりたい
But I want to become a kind servant whom everyone loves.
おやすみ
Good night,
私
me.
I 我こそは我にして我らなり
Oh, I am one yet many.
もう使用人ごっこは飽きた
I've had enough of playing the servant.
人間ごっこは飽きた
I've had enough of being human.
これより我は今宵より我はベアトリーチェ
From this night forth, I am Beatrice.
1000年を経た黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェであるぞ
The golden witch Beatrice, who has lived for 1,000 years.
たたえよ使用人ども
Praise me, servants.
怯えよ夜回りに選ばれたることを
Have fear when you are chosen for the night shift.
夜の島は屋敷はすべてわらわのものわらわの時間
In the nighttime mansion, everything is mine, for that is my time.
ああ、我こそは我にして我らなり。
Oh, I am one, yet many.
さあ、我らの世界にて全てを飲み込もう。
Yes, let our world swallow up everything.
それはまるで波動のように。
It is like the raging seas.
やれやれ、今夜も人間の書物を魚に神秘の月を飲み干そう。
Well now, let us drink the mysterious moon dry tonight with this human book as a side dish.
これがミステリー。
You call this a mystery?
これが密室。
You call this a closed room?
これが人間には不可能な犯罪とな。
You call this a crime impossible for humans?
笑わせる。
Don't make me laugh.
その程度の隙だらけの穴だらけが人間には不可能な犯罪とな。
With all these holes and weak points, you call this a crime impossible for humans?
わらわを簡単させる素晴らしき密室魔法はないのか？
Is there no splendid closed room magic that can do my name justice?
ああ、やれやれ、これもこれもそれもあれもバカらしい。
No, not here, not here, not there, not there either. All of them are pathetic.
薬とは笑えるが、これでは月と書物にどちらが魚かわからぬというもの。
It's enough to make one giggle, but now I'm not sure which is the side dish, the moon or the book.
ミステリーに飽きれば蝶に姿を変えて島を屋敷を
If I get tired of mystery, I can change myself into a butterfly.
広大な森を
I can flit about the island, the mansion, the vast forest at will.
自由気ままに散歩しようではないか。
I'll follow those cowardly servants as they do their nighttime rounds.
臆病なる夜回りの使用人の後をつけて回り、
And when they check to see that a window is locked,
窓の戸締まりを確かめるとき、そのガラスに姿を映して肩越しに笑ってくれようぞ。
they'll see me laughing at them in the reflection on the glass.
何をするも自由自在、気ままで気まぐれ。
I can be fickle and do as I please.
夜のいたずらはなかなかに楽しそうだ。
Pranks at night should be a lot of fun.
よし、決めたぞ。
Okay,
これからはそれで遊ぼうぜ。
okay, I've decided. Let's play like that starting tonight.
それは愉快。
Oh, ha 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 ha, how amusing.
今宵も愉快だ。
What amusement this night shall bring.
魔女の世界は想像力の限りのすべてを遊べる。
In the world of witches, the only limits to your fun are the limits of your imagination.
わらわの想像力こそが我が魔力の源なのだ。
My imagination shall become the source of my magical power.
ならばよかろう、面白い。
Splendid. Shall all be so fun.
それを無限大に広げようぞ。
Shall expend it infinitely.
そしてそれで島をすべて飲み込んでやろうぞ。
And let it swallow the whole island.
島の夜はすべてわらわのものなり。
The island's night will be all mine.
魔女の日々のなんと優雅で愉快なることか。
Oh, how refined and pleasant are the days of a witch.
ああ、我こそは我にして我らなり。
Oh, I am one yet many. Ba, 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 ba,
愉
ba.
快なる魔女の世界に
Here's
乾杯。
Cheers to the wonderful world of witches. Great. Great. Great.
第5章
Chapter 5.
新しき元素。
A new element.
お風呂場のアメニティは確認してくれましたか？
Oh, we're going back with Shannon. Alright, I gotta do a BRB real quick here. I will be back in a few minutes. And we'll continue reading. We got plenty of time this afternoon, so I'll be right back. I was drinking from a glass of water in my kitchen, and the almost full glass of water basically slipped out of my hand. But I actually caught it, and most of the water remained in the glass. So I'm just good like that. Avoiding most of a disaster is my specialty. I only suffer, at worst, half disasters constantly in my life. That is my superpower. Yasu coded. True. Alright, here we go. We're with Shannon. Did you check the bathroom amenities? She asks. What if when I read Umineko, I constantly did like, did you check the I didn't do any slight voices or anything. I just read it as if I was reading an audiobook. And I did stuff like, did you check the bathroom amenities? She asked.
はい。リストに沿ってしっかりと。
Yep, went down the whole list, she confirmed.
置くときの向きもきちんとしてますか？
I can't do the bit more than 2 times because it's actually annoying. Did you make sure that they were facing the right way when you set them down?
はい、もちろん。
Yes, of course.
ちゃんとリストに従いました。
Everything's as the list says.
ありがと
Oh,
う。
I know what I did wrong. This is my bad. I was like, why does it seem louder? Why does the speaking seem a little louder all of a sudden than what I normally keep it at? I'm a fool. I'm a fool. Okay. Everything's fine. Better now. Giggle thanks.
源氏様、客室の準備も完了です。
I made a mistake. I made a mistake with the dials and the meters and shit. I'm all out of sorts. It's not my normal streaming time, that's why. Thanks, Genji-sama. The guest room's are ready now.
ご苦労。
Good work.
最後にシャノンの目でも直接すべて確認するように。
Make sure to check over everything with your own eyes, Shannon.
それから奥様が食堂のテーブルクロスをもう一度変えるようにと仰せだ。
Also, Madam has ordered us to change the tablecloth in the dining hall again.
あらあら、昼間に皆さんで苦労して変えたばかりだというのに、どうしてまた？
My, why again when we all worked so hard to change it earlier today?
あのテーブルクロスではどうも色が違います。
The color of that tablecloth simply does not fit.
よくよく室内との調和を見てみたら、やはり合いませんでした。
Once I saw it against the backdrop of the room, I could see that it matched terribly.
やはり別のテーブルクロスにします。
We should use a different tablecloth.
ああ、それから客間のシャンデリアの清掃はちゃんと確認しているでしょうね。
Oh, and did you make sure to clean the chandelier in the parlor?
エヴァさんが見上げて、あれは埃？それともまさか雲の巣？
I don't want Eva-san looking up and saying,
なんて言い出すことが二度とあってはなりませんよ。
oh, is that dust? And even a spider web again?
ご安心を。
Do not worry.
すでに入念に清掃と確認をしております。
It has already been carefully cleaned and checked.
最後に私もすべてを確認いたします。
I will now perform a final check on everything myself.
そうですか。
Asui, fucking over Eva. Is that so? Very well.
私も最後にすべてを確認します。
I will also check everything over at the very end.
シャノン、若い使用人たちを連れて新しいテーブルクロスを準備するように。
Shannon, take the young servants to prepare a new tablecloth.
もう少し清潔感を感じる白いものを探すのですよ。
Try to find something white with a bit more of a clean feeling.
はい、かしこまりました。
Yes, as you wish. So he was even more high-strung than normal and walked about, barking orders here and there. Even though the sky was beginning to get dark, the servants moved hurriedly about. Tomorrow is the annual family conference. It isn't particularly rare for each of the individual families to visit the island, But this is the one time, only time, I mean, that they all come together. It was the most important day of the year for both the Yoshiromiya family and Rokujima. Natsui, who is short-tempered on top of being high-strung, kept ordering that the servants redo this or that, since it really didn't look good after all. This would keep them going until late into the night. Now that Shannon had many years of experience, Natsui had put her in a position of responsibility. She was called over many times to have strict orders showered on her. So, when Shannon finished her shower and lay down on the bed in the servant waiting room, she fell asleep almost immediately. I can hear the sound of wind coming from somewhere far away. It's a bit different from the sound wind outside a room would make. It's almost as though I'm sitting in a deck chair in the rose garden, turning over in my sleep, the feel of the wind in my hair. That's right, the feel. This isn't a sound, it's a feeling. Then is this a dream? Just as I was about to accept this theory, I thought I heard someone talking to me. My. Seems the work of a servant is just as boring as it ever was. Not only boring, but difficult, strict, constraining, joyless. All you get in return for your years of service is some level of respect from the newer servants. And even that is far from sufficient to repay you for all your hard work you've done.
もういい加減飽きはせぬか
Why do you not tire
その生活に
of this life? Huh? Who? She wasn't just imagining someone talking to her. She was shocked to find that it was real. When Shannon opened her eyes, she gulped. This place. She couldn't say any more. She was literally stunned silent. Shannon, who had been sleeping on a bed, was somehow in a rose garden. However, this rose garden somehow resembled the rose garden in Rokujima, is also completely different. After all, the roses were golden. I was gonna make some joke like, I these edibles ain't shit, and then 2 minutes later, you appear in the golden land rose garden. After all, the roses were golden. And it wasn't just the flowers, but the dancing butterflies too. It was a golden rose garden of mysterious beauty. Somehow, Shannon was sitting in a chair under the arbor. It was as though she'd taken a nap there and woken up from a dream. But it felt strange. Is this golden rose garden a dream? For some strange reason, it felt as though my entire life up to this point had been a dream, and that I had finally awakened here.
ようこそシャノン
Welcome, Shannon.
我が黄金のバラ庭園へ
Welcome to my golden rose garden. There was that voice again. Shannon looked around to find who it was. As she did, a golden butterfly landed on the seat across from her and instantly created a human form. It has been quite some time, Shannon.
元気であったか
Have you been well?
まあ元気であったろうな
Of course, I know you have been.
わらわは毎日そなたたちを観察しているのだから
After all, I've been watching all of you every day. This woman laughed as though she was an old friend of Shannon's. However, Shannon obviously didn't remember the strange gold rose garden. She didn't remember this person's face either.
そうだったな
Indeed.
そなたはわらわをもはや覚えてはおらぬのだったな
You no longer remember me, do you?
私はあなたを忘れているのですか
Have I forgotten about you?
だったらごめんなさい
If so, please forgive me.
謝るには及ばぬ
There's no need to apologize.
そのようにしたのだからそなたの罪ではない
I made you that way, so there's no sin of yours.
名乗ろ
Let me introduce myself.
うわらわは黄金の魔女ベ
I
アトリーチェ
am the Golden Witch, Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェ様
Beatrice-sama.
親方様が口にされる後ろ宮家の恩人の
The benefactor of the Ishirimiya family, whom the master always speaks of?
そのベアトリーチェではない。
Not that, Beatrice.
六軒島の夜を支配する黄金の魔女のベアトリーチェである。
I am the Golden Witch, the one who rules over Rokenjima's night.
そなたが日々敬意を忘れぬ館のもう一人の主であるぞ。
I am the other master of the mansion, the one you always pay homage to.
あなたが
You are
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice?
様。
Sama.
怯えずともよい。
You need not fear.
わらわとそなたはもともとは同じ仲間。
The
い
two,
やいや、ルームメイトだったではないか。
but two of us used to be friends. No, roommates, did we not?
わらわはそなたに憧れ、日々使用人の仕事に励んでいたこともあったのだ。
At one time, I'd idolized you and tried to be the best servant I could.
私はずっと一人部屋で、ルームメイトは
I've always had a single person room, so I couldn't have had a...
別れの時、そなたの記憶を奪った。
When we last parted, I stole away your memory.
しかし、わらわはそなたとルームメイトだったことを忘れぬ。
However, I've not forgotten that we were once roommates.
そして、そなたとの友情をわらわの方から一方的に破棄し、
I also
立ち去
remember...
ったことも忘れはせぬ。
I also remember that I was the one who destroyed our friendship and left.
だからこそ、一人残すそなたに悲しみを与えぬために、
So as to not leave you alone in sadness,
わらわとの日々の記憶も世界も全てを消し去ったのだ。
I erased all of your memories in the very world of our days together.
分かろうとしないでよい。
You do not need to understand.
ただ、これだけは信じよ。
But believe this.
わらわはそなたに危害を加えるためにここに呼んだのではない。
I've not called you here to do you harm.
ここは私の夢の中ではないのですか？
Isn't this inside one of my dreams?
夢の中と思ってよい。
You may think of it that way.
厳密には眠ったそなたの魂を我が庭園に招いたのだ。
Strictly speaking, I beckoned your soul to my garden while you were sleeping.
そなたをこの世界の住人に招くために。
To invite you to be a resident of this world. Beatrice snapped her fingers. And a storm of gold butterflies all rose up around the rose garden. As a cloud of butterflies danced over the table, a gorgeous tea set appeared. There were teacups and a teapot, more elegant even than those used by the Ishirimiya family. The tea was filled to the brim and had a sweet rose scent, one which Shannon had never smelled before. Before there was even time to be amazed by that scent, butterflies started gathering one by one on the table, and a tea stand sprouted right out of it. It was like watching a magical mushroom from a fairy tale kingdom grow out of the ground. It was a many-layered tea stand, filled with beautiful cakes, like edible jewels. Of course, there were also several lovely light brown scones. Scones. The honey truly was golden honey, with bits of gold leaf dancing through it.
後ろ宮家も時にティーパーティーを開くようだが、わらわのそれとは比べ物にもなるまい。
It seems the Ishirimiya family holds tea parties from time to time. Those cannot compare to mine.
すごい。
Incredible!
こんなの見たことありません。
I've never seen anything like this.
見たことがあろうとも、それは休場する立場からであろうが。
Even if you did, it would only have been as a waitress.
そなたはわらわの友人。
You are my friend.
給仕の必要はないぞ。
I need no waitress.
何しろ、わらわは魔女。
After all, I am a witch.
給仕は間に合っているのでな。
That is more than enough.
さあ、遠慮することはない。
Come, do not be shy.
好きなだけ頬張るがよい。
Stuff yourself to your heart's content.
ありがとう
thank you
ございます。
very much. That was all Shannon managed to say. It would be hard for anyone to say much more after being suddenly invited to such a beautiful witch tea party.
まずは紅茶からどうか。
Let us begin with black tea.
ミルクは新鮮。砂糖もそのままかじりたくなるほどの上物よ。
The milk is fresh, and the sugar is so delectable that you'd almost want to eat it raw.
しかし、まずは最初はストレートを勧めたい。
But I recommend you try your tea straight first.
バラの花びらをほんの一枚浮かべるだけで、
Nothing more than a single rose petal floating on the top.
もう二度と人の世の紅茶など飲めなくなってしまうに違いないぞ。
It'll surely be so delicious that you'll be unable to drink the black tea of the human world ever again. Laughing happily, Beatrice opened not a sugar pot, but a rose petal pot, picked up a single crimson petal, and floated it on her tea after relishing its scent. Shannon did the same, picking up a single petal and smelling its aroma.
なんて素敵な香り。
It smells so wonderful.
これは本当にこの世のバラの香りなの？
Is this really the scent of the roses in this world?
喜んでもらえて嬉しい。
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
わらわが紅茶に浮かべるためだけに品種改良を重ねたバラだ。
I bred this rose simply for the purpose of using the petals with black tea. Oh, so fancy.
すりつぶしてジャムにしても、これがまた絶品でな。
If you crush them, they're also splendid for making jam.
スコーンにもこの上なくよく合う。
That goes better with scones than anything else imaginable.
試してみるか？
Do you want to try?
じゃあ少しだけ。
Sure, just a bit. Shannon had been invited to this witch tea party suddenly. However, the witch seemed so truly innocent, and her smile as she played the hostess was so happy that it made Shannon want to smile too. The tension in Shannon's heart gradually faded, and she started to enjoy her chat with this witch.
使用人の仕事も大変であろうな。
Servant work really is tiring.
わらわもよく覚えているぞ。
I remember it well.
礼拝堂の窓枠の掃除がとにかく面倒であった。
Particularly cleaning the windowsills in the chapel.
驚きました。
How surprising.
あなたも使用人として働いていたことがあるのですか？
So, you worked as a servant once too?
短い間だ。
For a short time.
覚えておらぬだろうが、そなたと共に働いていたのだぞ。
You probably don't remember, but I worked alongside you.
わらわはドジで物をよくなくす愚か者。
I was a clumsy fool who always lost things.
そなたはわらわの憧れる理想の使用人であった。
You were my idea of a perfect servant, and the person I looked up to.
なのに私が覚えていなくて本当にごめんなさい。
That makes me even more sorry that I can't remember.
それを詫びる必要はない。
There's no need for apologies.
ここではそなたは使用人ではなく、わらわの友人であり客人だ。
Here, you are not a servant, but my friend and guest.
ここでは何の不自由もない。何の苦労も退屈もない。
There are no inconveniences here, no trials nor boredom.
そなたが望むすべてのものを与えることができるのだ。
I can give you anything you desire.
今やわらわにはそれだけの力がある。
That is how much power I currently possess.
それに至ったことをそなたには知らせたかったのだ。
I wanted to let you know that I have now reached that level.
何の取り柄もない私をこんなに素敵なおもてなしで歓待してくださって
I'm truly grateful to you
本当にありがとうございます。
for welcoming one with so few redeeming features in such an extravagant way.
辛き日々を今日まで耐え忍んだそなたへの褒美であると、そう思えばよい。
Think of it as a reward for all the painful days you have withstood.
さあ、黄金の蝶たちよ。
Come, gold butterflies!
わらわの友人を退屈させるでないぞ。軽やかな舞を見せるがいい。
Don't let my friend get bored. Show her a little dance.
それに飽きたなら楽団を呼び出し、そなたの好きな曲を何でも演奏させよう。
When you have tired of that, allow me to call the band to perform any song you would like.
それにも飽きたなら 勝者なる使い魔たちに種なし手品を披露させてやろうぞ。
When you have tired of that, my refined familiars will show you some conjuring tricks.
安心せよ。ここでの時間は無限。
Fear not, for time is endless here,
そしてそなたの願いもまたわらわが無限に叶える。
and I can grant your wishes endlessly.
わらわの茶会に終わりはないのだ。
My tea party has no end. In a truly good mood, the witch told Shannon several strange stories. They were all stories Shannon had never heard before. Very interesting stories. And they were all odd, bizarre fairy tales. Shannon felt as though she had become Alice in Wonderland. The time she spent at this tea party was strange, pleasant, and relaxed. No, the clocks have no hands at this tea party, so the time passed like a Sunday morning, when you can wrap yourself in your blanket for as long as you want.
本当にこんな素敵な時間を与えてくださり感謝します。
I can't express how grateful I am to you for this.
礼はいらぬ。
There's no need for thanks.
なぜなら人の世で礼
I
は
want that.
別れの言葉を兼ねるのであろう。
In the human world, words of thanks go along with words of farewell, do they not?
この茶会に終わりはない。
There will be no end to this tea party.
だから礼も必要がない。
So, there's no need for thanks either. Giggle.
でも感謝します。
I'll still thank you.
ベアトリーチ様、こんな素敵なお茶会を本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you so much, Beatrice-sama, for this wonderful tea party.
でも終わらない夢はないように、この夢も終わらないといけません。
But all dreams must end, and so must this one.
ほ
Huh?
う。なぜに終わらねばならぬのか。
And why must they end?
その明日も早いので、
Because I start early tomorrow.
いつまでもここでおしゃべりをしていたら、私はお寝坊をして、
If I stay here talking too long, I'll sleep in.
奥様に大目玉をもらってしまいます。
And Madam will give me a good scolding. Ha 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 ha.
なぜにわざわざ短気な夏日のいる世界へ帰りたがるというのか。
Why are you so anxious to return to the world of that short-tempered Natsui?
いやいや、
Really now?
どう多くして何のねぎらいもない人間の世界へなぜにわざわざ帰ろうというのか。
Are you truly saying you want to return to the human world where it's all work and no rewards?
私人間ですし、
But I am human.
いつまでもここでお世話にはなれません。
I can't impose myself on you forever.
シャノン、
Shannon,
そなたは勘違いをしているようだ。
it seems that you do not understand.
わらわはそなたを招いたが、追い返すような真似はしない。
I invited you here, but I have no desire to chase you away.
ここでの時間は永遠だ。
Here, time is eternal.
そなたが別れを切り出さねばならぬ義理などない。
You are not obligated to say farewell, not ever.
わらわはそなたとどれだけ茶会を共にしようとも飽きぬぞ。
I will never tire of enjoying tea with you.
むしろそなたという話し相手が実に心地よい。
On the contrary, it is quite agreeable to have you here to talk to.
お言葉は嬉しいですけど、私は人間。
I'm grateful for your words, but I am human. I have a bad feeling like Shannon keeps denying her, and then just starts throwing it. Beatrice here starts throwing a temper tantrum.
自分の世界に帰らなくちゃいけません。
I must return to my own world.
家人にこき使われ、日々を学校と仕事だけに費やす何の彩りもない世界に
Why do you want to return to that colorless world?
なぜわざわざ帰るというのか。
Where you waste all your time with school and your job and the family works you to the bone.
それでもそこが私の世界ですし、
Despite all that, it's still my world.
シャノン、
Shannon,
そのような世界がそなたの世界である必要があるというのか。
does that sort of world really need to be yours?
率直に言おう。
Let me be honest with you.
シャノン、
Shannon,
わらわはそなたを
Fuck
招い
that
たのではない。
I didn't just invite you here.
迎えに来たのだ。
Oh, I came to take you home.
迎え？
Take me home?
かつてそなたのような良き使用人を目指し、
Once, I tried to become a good servant like you.
そして魔女の世界に憧れ、
Then, I became fascinated by witches.
使用人から魔女となったわらわは、もはや魔法の閲楽を知り尽くす境地に至った。
and became one myself, learning all the pleasures of magic.
だからそなたを迎えに来たのだ。
And now, I've come to take you home. Beatrice spoke quietly and slowly rose from her seat.
シャノン、
Shannon,
やはり使用人よりも魔女の世界の方がずっと楽しいぞ。
the world of witches truly is more fun than being a servant.
この茶会など旧友とのほんの挨拶代わりでしかない。
This tea party is nothing more than a mere welcoming party for an old friend.
わらわとそなたが望めば望んだ数だけ、いくらでも楽しき催しは繰り広げられる。
We can hold as many fun festivities as we desire.
それこそ無限に、永遠に。
That is the endless, the eternal.
この黄金のバラ庭園を完成させた今、わらわは至ったのだ。
Now that this golden rose garden has been completed, I've reached my goal. I was gonna say, I would probably go along with it, but not because I'd be like, yeah, this world is better or whatever. I would be genuinely afraid. I'd be like, oh no, I've suddenly been warped into some kind of magical land, and this person calling herself Beatrice is being very demanding that I not leave. I'm scared. I better do what she says. That would be me. Now that this golden rose garden has been completed, I have reached my goal.
こここそが理想郷。
I would join out of fear. Is what I'm saying. This place is paradise.
そう。ここを黄金の理想郷と名付けよう。
For fear of consequences. Yes, let us call it the Golden Paradise.
その完成に至ったからこそ、そなたを迎えに来たのだ。
Now that it has been completed, I have come to welcome you in.
もう何の不自由も忍耐も努力も必要ない。
There's no need for any inconveniences, any perseverance or hard work.
ここでそなたとわらわは永遠にいつまでも楽しく過ごすのだ。
Here, you and I can enjoy ourselves for all eternity.
まるで終わりのないおとぎ話のようにな。
It'll be like a never-ending fairy tale. Shannon's like, no,
素敵な申し出
still.
を本当にありがとうございます。
I'm truly grateful for your splendid proposal.
でも私は元の世界へ帰らなくてはなりません。
However, I need to go back to my original world.
なぜに？
Why?
ここは私の世界ではありませんので。
Because this isn't my world.
それは認める。
I acknowledge it.
これまではそなたの世界ではなかった。
Oh no. Oh no, we're getting the creepy, slightly creepy music. The eerie music. The flip is gonna happen. I can feel it. This is not the world you have lived in until now.
だからわらわが招くのだ。
That's why I've invited you here.
これよりここはわらわとそなたの世界となる。
From this point forth, this will be our world.
そなたはもう客人ではない。
You are no longer a guest.
この世界のもう一人の主となるのだ。
You are the second master of this world.
わらわにも何の遠慮も無用。
You need to show no restraint for my sake.
この無限の世界でかつてルームメイトだった時のように過ごすだけの話。
We'll just live in this endless world like we once lived as roommates.
その記憶がないことが私はとても残念です。
I regret that I have no memory of that time.
でもそのお招きはお 断りしたいと思います。
However, I'll have to turn down your invitation. Honestly, we should have been keeping track. Shannon's like, how many times do I have to say no? Like, I politely decline. Thank you. Thank you.
なぜに
Why?
そなたに人間の世界に戻らねばならぬ
What
どんな義務が
what responsibility forces you to return
どんな義理があるというのか
to the world of humans? True, the world of humans, or the world of servants, is busy all the time. Madam is strict, high-strung, and has a short temper. It'd be a lie if I said that everyday chores weren't a pain, and having to balance work with school makes it even harder. Beatrice had watched over Shannon's painful days the whole time. She had seen those constantly tired shoulders heave and a sigh over and over. That was why she had invited Shannon here, to this golden paradise. She had tried to give Shannon a perfect welcome, to truly make her happy. So why had Shannon selected her original world over this one? Beatrice was overcome with shock and completely unable to understand.
この理想郷にてわらわはそなたに対し最高のもてなしをした
I have given you the perfect welcome to this paradise.
そしてそれはこれからもそれ以上の楽しい日々が続く
And the days to follow will be even more fun.
なのにそれでも人間の世界を選ぶそなたには人間の世界にて魔女の閲楽以上の楽しさがあるというのか
So, since you still choose the human world over all that, do you find something that, there that is even more fun than the pleasures of witches?
はい。
That's right.
人間の世界にだって魔法に負けないくらい楽しいことがあります。
There are things in the human world that are even more fun than magic.
バカなあるわけがない
Absurd! That cannot be! Well, there's this guy named George.
いい
Yes,
え、あります。
it's true. Shannon's expression was soft. However, her words were firm. There was something wonderfully fascinating in the human world. And that something was apparently not in this paradise, where everything was supposedly just as they wanted it.
バカな
Absurd.
わからぬ
I don't
わからぬ
understand. As Beatrice muttered, she shifted restlessly several times. However, no matter how often she said it, Shannon's smile didn't falter. Beatrice couldn't think of an answer.
では私はこれで失礼します。
In that case, it's time for me to leave. Bye!
お茶本当に美味しかったです。
Take me home. Your tea was delicious.
わからぬわからぬ
I don't understand.
わらわは全てを無限に手に入れられる偉大なる黄金の魔女
I am the great golden witch, the one who can have anything endlessly.
そのわらわにそなたは手に入れられぬものがあると
You
そう
tell me
申すのか
you tell me that I cannot give you what you want?
はい。
Yes.
知りたい
I want to know.
全てを手に入れたと信じるわらわが未だ手に入れておらぬものとは何なのか
I believed I
教
had
えよ
I believed I had everything. So tell me what it is I lack.
多分あなたはもうそれをご存知と思います。
I think that you already know.
だから私をここへ招いてくれたのではないですか？
Isn't that why you invited me here?
魔女を煙に巻くというのか
Are you trying to speak in riddles to a witch? Heh. Cackle.
ではこれで
That's all for now then.
ここに住むことはできませんが、お茶会にお誘いくださった時には必ずお伺いしようと思います。
I can't live here, but I'd be glad to come over whenever you invite me for tea.
もう呼ばぬわ
I won't call for you again.
安心するがよい
Have no fear of that. Damn. Cold. Beatrice snapped her fingers and Shannon popped out of existence. Shannon's soul had returned to the dream of her original self. While humans have many dreams in a night, they can remember none of them. The tea party in this paradise mixed in with many other dreams and vanished. The next morning, Shannon would not remember this tea party. However, Shannon's cup remained here. The witch, who had lost her guest and was standing alone, looked all the more lonely. The witch dug her fingernails into the tablecloth. That grimace as she bit her lower lip made it clear that she still hadn't solved the puzzle Shannon had left behind. Riche. There's no need to worry about it. A black hole opened above Shannon's empty seat, and the owner of that voice fell out of it. I do worry. Come on, how could you say it with such certainty? Maybe she just wanted to get back to sleep quickly, since dawn is coming soon. What pleasure could Shannon know that I do not? What is this something that can be found in the human world but not in my paradise? I don't understand. I want to know. Thinking about complicated stuff will just fuel your headache. I can be of service in Shannon's place. Let's enjoy a tea party together. I don't feel like it anymore. I'm bored of having tea parties with you. She's cranky. The witch shrugged and laughed, then took a bite out of a scone. She then blew into it, and it swelled up like a balloon before finally popping. Golden ribbons and butterflies flew out, but Beatrice didn't appear to notice. Just what is it that I do not possess? What? Oh, I wonder what it could be. Ah, it's the captain. Watch your step there. Thank you, Captain. Make sure you take good care of yourself. I've got a friend who sells the stuff that's supposed to be great for stiff shoulders. I'll bring you a sample next time. Oh, no need to trouble yourself, but thanks for caring. Hey, brats! How long are you gonna mess around up there? Let's go. Hey, Maria. Come down off the boat with Mama. Maria, who Rosa led by the hand, was still too young for kindergarten. However, she seemed to notice that her cousins, whom she rarely ever saw, were playing all around her, and she was very excited. Battler and George had the energy of middle school or nearly middle school kids. Those two, along with Jessica, who had met them on Nijima, were clamoring about on the boat.
Asumu,
You okay, Asumu? You really don't like writing things, do you? Rudolph lent an arm, to his wife, Asumu. Welcome to Rokkenjima. Thank you for making such a long journey. The whole family had gathered for the conference. At this point in time, Rudolph's wife was still Asumu, and Angie hadn't been born. Goda and Cannon hadn't yet been employed by the Ishinomiya family. Yes. I had to double read that, I just want to make sure. And the witch's epitaph, which would toy with the family's fate, hadn't appeared yet. They probably couldn't even imagine the bizarre crime that they would encounter several years later. Kraus-sama, madam. The family has arrived. Good. Should I call for father? Please do.
皆様方をお迎えします。
I will go welcome everyone. Yeah, it looks like it's so naked. Such a naked hall.
シャノン、
Oh, Shannon.
この窓枠を掃除したのは誰ですか？
Who cleaned this window frame?
まだ埃があるではありませんか。
It still has dust on it.
大急ぎで拭きなさい。
Quickly, wipe it off.
かしこまりました、奥様。
As you wish, madam. Oh, come on. Now Sui's making her work so hard again. Just what good does she find in such a limited, ulcer-inducing life? I wanted to know. Shannon, what is it that you found? What did you mean when you said I already knew what I was missing? Shannon, is this something I must learn by learning about you?
親族会議の日の六軒島は普段と何が違うのだろう。
What's different about the day of the family conference on Rokenjima?
それは絶対賑やかさ。
It's gotta be the noise.
これだけの子供が集まることはないものね。
There's never this many kids around.
大人たちにとっては緊張感を強いられる日だったろうけれど、
It may have been a tension-filled day for the adults.
僕たち子供にとっては仲良しのいとこたちと一度に会える素敵な日だったね。
But to us kids, it was a wonderful day. The only time we got to see all the cousins we loved.
夏はいとこたちで海ではしゃい
Ah,
だし、
God, I feel like I haven't seen Battle in forever.
いろいろゲームをして遊んだっけ。
In the summer, we'd play with our cousins on the beach, and even in the winter, there were plenty of games we could play.
俺たちにとっては親族会議ってのは楽しいもんだったぜ。
The family conferences were tons of fun for us.
それは私もだぜ。
Same here.
母さんなんかは粗相があってはダメとかうるさかったけど、
Mom was always yelling about how there must be no mistakes.
私にとってもいとこみんなで遊べる楽しい日だった。
But to me, it was just a day I got to play with all my cousins.
何しろ普段の六軒島には何もねえんだから。
After all, there's usually nothing at all to do on Rokenjima.
すげえお屋敷に住んでたり、プライベートビーチがあったり。
Back when I was still a little brat,
ガキの頃は羨ましいと思ってたけど、
I was always jealous of Jessica, getting to live in this huge mansion with a private beach.
ジェシカの身になって考えると、さぞや窮屈だったと思うぜ。
But now that I try putting myself in her shoes, it must have been a pretty constricting place to live.
だろうね。
Probably.
六軒島には本当に何もない。
There's hardly anything on Rokenjima.
友達の家もお隣もご近所もない。
No friends, houses, no friends' houses, I mean, no next door neighbors, no neighborhood.
ジェシカちゃんの気持ちを考えると少し気の毒に思うよ。
If you think of how Jessica must have felt, you have to feel a little sad for her.
だから私にとっては親族会議の日は本当に特別な日。
That's why the family conference is so special to me.
はしゃいでふざけて、
Jumping around, messing around,
まるでお祭りの日みたいな気持ちだった。
goofing around. It felt like I was at a festival.
徹底的に悪ふざけの限りを尽くしたぜ。
We played tricks on each other all the time.
大人たちは小難しい話ばかりで、あっちで遊んでなさいってことになったなら。
If the adults always talked about adult things and told you to go play somewhere else,
年の近いいとこたちが3人。
then you were three cousins at about the same age.
はしゃぎ回らないわけがない。
Of course you would horse around.
いいや、3人じゃない。
No, not the three of us.
4人だったよ。
The four of us.
エンジェは生まれてないし、マリアはまだ一緒に遊べるような年じゃないわ。
But I thought Angie wasn't born yet, and Maria was still too young to play with you.
違うよ、フルフル。
You've got it wrong. Fur.
年が近いのはいとこだけじゃないよ。
The cousins weren't the only ones at the same age.
シャノンちゃんだよ。
Shannon-chan was the fourth.
彼女も俺らと同じくらいの年だったからな。
She was about the same age as the rest of us.
母さんが使用人のことは話すなとうるさかったけれど、
Mom was always going on about not talking with the servant kids.
私とシャノンは少しずつ交流を深めていったよ。
But Shannon and I started to get close.
六軒島で最も年が近い唯一の女の子だったんだから。
After all, she was the girl closest to me in age on Rokenjima.
僕たちとシャノンの4人は仲良しだったんだ。
All four of us played together.
親族会議の時はいつも楽しく遊んでいたよ。
We played at every family conference.
ね、シャノン。
Right, Shannon?
はい。
Right.
奥様に知られればお叱りを受けることと分かってはおりましたが。
I knew that Madam would scold me if she found out, but
叱らせなんかしねえぜ。
I wouldn't have let her.
シャノンはずっと私の気持ちを唯一理解してくれる親友だったぜ。
You were always the one close friend I had who could understand me.
ありがとうございます、お
Thank-
嬢様。
Thank you for your words, lady. I simply could not hide my shock. How had she formed a relationship with the children of the family, despite being only a servant? Asui had probably been very careful to prevent such a relationship. However, it's no surprise that Jessica, all alone on this island, would want to be friends with a kid her age. And Shannon was also alone on this island, without any friends her age. Though they both understood their relationship as master and servant, they somehow managed to strike up a friendship. Then, at the family conference, Jessica had introduced Shannon to George and Battler. All the adults had their hands full with their complicated discussion in the mansion. During that time, Shannon was able to set aside her role as a servant for a little bit, acting her age with Jessica, George, and Battler. I didn't even know that Shannon had constructed this new world so quickly. As a butterfly hiding in the shadows, I observed this new world of Shannon's.
あの日も僕らはバラ庭園を、そして浜辺を駆け回ったよ。
That day, we ran all around the rose garden and the beach.
ただ駆け回ってふざけ合うだけが最高に楽しかったな。
Just running around and playing was a blast.
だな。
Yup.
この時ばかりはシャノンちゃんも年相応の笑顔を見せてくれたぜ。
Those were the only times that Shannon-chan smiled like a girl her age.
ちょっとはしゃぎすぎてたかもです。
I might have gotten a bit carried away.
お恥ずかしい。
It's embarrassing.
今でこそバトラも立派な身長だけど、当時は私やシャノンの方が背が高いし力も強かったっけ。
Battler's insanely huge now, but back then, Shen and I were both taller and stronger than him.
当時の俺は成長がちょいと遅かったからな。
I just grew slowly back then. Okay, cool.
成長が遅い方の方が背は伸びると聞いたことがあります。
They say that those who start late end up the tallest.
そうだろうな。
Yeah, totally.
シャノンちゃんの胸もあの頃は全然こんなじゃなかったもんな。
Back then, your chest was nothing like this, right?
そんなことはないよ。
I'm just gonna have to remove him off my screen. George says, that's not true.
シャノンだってあの頃からもう女性の魅力を持ち始めてたよ。ねえ。
Shannon already had plenty of womanly charm back then, right?
どうでしょう。
Who knows?
女
he's
性
been
の
taken
魅
off.
力ってなんだよ。やらしい。
What the hell do you mean by womanly charm, you perv?
いやあの頃はまだ俺も可愛かったな。
Well, I was still pretty cute back then myself.
夏服の肩からちらりと見える紐に青い春の稲妻を感じたもんだぜ。
That bra strap you could see through the shoulder of her summer clothing set off the lightning of youth in me.
ジョージの兄貴と一緒にシャノンちゃんの胸はいくつくらいか夜にこそこそと話し合ったのが懐かしいぜ。
I remember whispering with George and Iki that night about how big her tits might be.
そうなんですか、ジョージ様。
Is this true, George Sama?
おそらくは大いに誤解のある話だと思うよ。
I believe there's been some sort of misunderstanding.
僕は男女の成長の違いについて人生の先輩として講義をした記憶はあっても
All I remember was lecturing him, as the older and more knowledgeable cousin, about the difference between how boys and girls grow.
いとこ同士での夜のワイ談はむしろ健全な発育の証であって、その
And so, rather than dirty talk between cousins late at night, it was instead a sign of healthy growth and,
いやー、みんなでいとこ部屋で深夜になるまでそういう話をしてたっけな。
yeah, I remember all of us cousins talking about stuff like that until midnight.
隣のクラスの誰々がキスをしたらしいとか、
About how apparently someone in the next class had kissed someone else.
サマーキャンプで素敵だなと思ってたこと手をつなげちゃったとか、
Or how you held hands with a girl you liked at summer camp.
誰々は自分に気がありそうでとかなんとか。
And about so-and-so who you thought probably liked you. Stuff like that.
なんか恥ずかしくて全身が痒くなってきたぜ。
Damn it. It's so embarrassing to me. It makes me shiver.
いいじゃないか。
Isn't that nice?
それもまた青春の甘酸っぱい1ページ。
Another sweet page in the book of adolescence.
男女を意識し合うところから一番最初のピュアな恋が生まれるの。
The most pure love comes when boys and girls first start noticing each other.
ただ男女で一緒にいたいだけというとてもシンプルでピュアで、
That simple, pure desire just to be around someone of the opposite sex.
それでいて高潔な最初の恋。
The noble first loves.
素敵だわ。
Just wonderful.
年頃の少年少女たちが愛の世界を思い浮かべながら語り合う。
A bunch of kids thinking and talking about the world of love.
そんなことも。
Did that sort of thing
ありましたでしょうか。
really happen?
何をとぼけてるんだか。
Don't play dumb.
耳まで真っ赤になりながらもシャノンちゃんが一番興味津々って感じだったじゃねえかよ。
You were the most absorbed and curious of us, of all of us, sitting there till even your ears turned red.
興味津々なんてことはありませんでした。
I was not curious.
私はその
I was just...
皆さんよくいろいろなことをご存知だな。
surprised.
と
And how much everyone knew.
その
And
うん。
that's right.
シャノンが一番かまととぶってて、そのくせ興味津々だった。
Shannon always played dumb the most, even though she was the most interested.
一番むっつりスケベだった。
She was the biggest pervert there.
そんなことありません。
That's not true.
そんなことありません。
That's not true.
お嬢様嫌い
Madness.
です。
I hate you, milady.
そういつもこんな感じ。
Yeah, it was always like this.
昼は子供らしくはしゃぎ合い、夜は枕を寄せて秘密の話に花を咲かせた。
In the day, we'd run around like kids, and at night, we'd hug our pillows and talk about secret stuff.
それら全部をひっくるめてどれも懐かしいね。
Looking back on all of it now, really brings back some fond memories.
エッチな話をひそひそして親の足音が近づいてきたらガバッと布団に潜って寝たふりしたりとかあったな。
We'd be whispering about something dirty, and whenever we heard the footsteps of the adults coming by, we'd jump under the covers and pretend to be sleeping.
あったあった。
Yeah, I remember that.
修学旅行かっつーの。
Like some school field trip.
全員同時にガバッと隠れる感じ。
Those times we all dove under the covers at once.
暗黙のルールみたいな感じというか、妙な連帯感というか。
It felt like some sort of unspoken rule, like a strange sense of unity.
あの感じがすごい好きでした。
I really liked that feeling.
ま、とにかく
Well, anyway,
そういう話だけじゃなかったよ。
that's not all we talked about.
他にもいろいろあった。
There was a lot more than that.
僕たちはまさに青春を謳歌し合っていたよ。
We really did enjoy our youth to the fullest.
これは何だというのか。
And what is this? Shannon, is this that fun thing of the human world? Is this incomprehensible messing around the thing that you found?
子供同士が群れてバカバカしい遊びに熱中し、くだらぬ話題で盛り上がる。
A bunch of kids gathered together, playing stupid games and talking about trivial matters?
これがそなたの見つけた魔女の閲楽にも勝る人間の閲楽だというのか。
Is this the human pleasure you found that surpasses the pleasures of witches?
はい。
Yes.
あなたにはこれが楽しくは見えませんか？
Doesn't it look fun to you?
退屈とは言わぬ。
I won't call it boring.
だがこの低俗なはしゃぎ合いが全ての望みを叶えられるわらわの理想郷よりも勝るとは。
However, I cannot see how such a vulgar game can compare to my paradise,
消せぬ。
where all wishes can be granted.
人と触れ合うことはとても楽しいことなんです。
Interacting with people is a lot of fun.
もちろんあなたの世界も楽しいものだと思います。
Of course, I also think your world is fun.
それでも私はこちらを選びます。
But even so, I chose this world.
わからぬ。
I don't understand.
わからぬ。
I don't understand at all. Beatrice held her head as though she was having a headache. But no matter how much she grimaced, she couldn't think of an answer.
教えよ。
Tell me,
そなたはこのような低俗なはしゃぎ合いの中に何を見つけたというのか。
what is it you found within this vulgar playing?
知りたいですか？
Do you want to know?
知りたい。
No, I'm just asking for funsies. I do!
恋です。
Love.
こ
The most obvious answer.
い
Love?
これ
Here.
前に約束した推理小説。
It's the Queen book I promised.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
お借りしますね。
I'd be happy to borrow it.
いいよ、シャノンちゃんにやるよ。
That's okay. You can keep it, Shan-chan.
俺はもう読み終わっちまったし。
I've already read it.
そんな
But
もらってしまっては悪いです。
I can't accept this.
高いものでしょうし。
It was probably expensive.
バザーでほんの何百円かでまとめ買いしたやつだから。
It's just something I got for a few hundred yen at a bazaar.
気にするなって。
Don't worry about it.
それより早く全部読んでまたいろいろと議論をしようぜ。
I'd rather you read it quickly so we can talk about it.
シャノンちゃんといろいろ議論するのは楽しいからさ。
It's fun to talk about this sort of stuff with you, Shan-chan.
はい、
Yes,
私も楽しいです。
it's fun for me too.
ミステリーは一人で読むよりも二人で読む方が楽しいですよね。
It's much more fun to read mystery novels with two people instead of alone.
議論したり妄想したりするのが楽しいよな。
I like talking about it and imagining all kinds of things.
ミステリーは読んで半分を楽しみ、
With mystery novels, readings only have the fun.
読んだ人間同士で語り合って初めて全てを楽しめるってのが俺の持論だぜ。
My theory is that you can only really enjoy it when you talk with other people who've read it too. Our relationship began when we realized that we both read mystery novels. We were both surprised and very interested to find that the other not only read tons... We were both surprised and very interested to find that the other not only read tons of mystery novels, but read them very thoroughly. Ever since then, it's been like this. Separate from the games we played with all the cousins, two of us met together for some time alone. At first, it was like a sort of contest to see who knew more than the other. However, eventually, this turned into respect for how much the other had read and how deeply they were able to think about it. Respect. RESPECT. Trust. Those emotions made our friendship even stronger. Of course, all that said, still fallen within the category of friendship. But we were still slightly aware of the fact that the other was of the opposite sex, making for a relationship that was charming, or youthful, or maybe you could call it exciting. However, we were still at the age where calling us young men and women would probably be a bit too gracious. Of course, we didn't know a thing about love. So, we couldn't understand that exciting feeling in our chests, both bitter and sweet, that we only felt when we were alone together. However, we realized that there was some unknown emotion hidden behind that feeling. And as our hearts raced, we had our hands upon the door. That was the exciting age we were at. So, at some point, our discussions about mystery novels became just an excuse for us meeting alone.
ホワイダニットを大切にした推理小説ってあまりねえんだよな。
There aren't many mystery novels that care much about the why done it.
ワイダニット
The why done it?
犯人の動機ですか？
You mean the culprit's motive?
ああ、
Yeah.
推理小説で探るべき3つの論点は Who done it, How done it, そして Why done it.
There are 3 points you need to figure out in mystery novels. The who done it, the how done it, and the why done it.
この前者2つを扱う小説は結構多いと思うが、最後のファイダニットを扱う小説って案外ないんだよな。
A lot of mysteries deal with the first two, but surprisingly few worry about the final one.
犯人特定後に動機を自白する作品は結構あると思いますけど。
Well, I know about many works that take great care to have the culprit confess his motive after he's been found out.
それを犯人が自白する前に推理できるようになってなければダメなんだ。
But it has to be something you can reason out before the culprit confesses, or it doesn't count.
動機がないと思われていた人物が推理不能な動機により事件に及ぶってのは。
Personally, I think it's unfair for a person who supposedly didn't have a motive to commit the crime.
俺は個人的にはアンフェアだと思ってる。
Unless it's possible to reason his or her motive out. Who done it? Who is the culprit? How done it? How did he commit the crime? Why done it? Why did he commit the crime?
誰が犯人かとか、どんなトリックでとか。
There are a ton of works that ask about who the culprit is.
それを問う作品はすげえ多いぜ。
And what tricks they used.
いや、ほとんどだろうな。
In fact, almost all are like that.
しかし、動機を推理する作品ってのは決して多くないと思う。
However, I don't think there are many novels that ask you to figure out the motive.
そうですね。
Good point.
Who, How, Why の3つの中で一番ないがしろにされている要素かもしれませんね。
That might be the most neglected of the 3.
ホワイダニットを大切にしない推理小説ってのはなんだか一味足りないように思う。
Mysteries that don't take the why done it seriously don't really feel complete to me.
いや、つまらないって言ってんじゃない。
No, I'm not saying they're boring.
なんていうのか。一番大切なものが足りないような気がするんだ。
It's more like they're missing the most important part.
一番大切なものが足りない。
The most important part is missing?
心だよ。
The heart.
心が足りない。
The heart is missing.
心。
The heart? The heart.
人の心
The
って
heart? The heart.
すごく重要だと思うんだ。
I think the human heart is a really important thing.
人間が殺人を決意し、計画し、準備し、実行に踏み切るには。
If a person's gonna decide to commit murder, plan it out, get everything ready, and actually carry it out,
ものすごい大きな心の力が必要なはずなんだ。
you need an incredibly strong force of the heart.
人は心で動いてるんだぜ。
The heart is what moves people. In other words, only the heart can kill a person. When an emotional upheaval grows strong enough to make a person want to kill, the result is a tragedy called murder. If we turn it around, does that mean that the true way to close in on the crime is by searching for the heart that brings out the tragedy of murder? Brings about. Only the heart can kill a person. So, if a person has been killed, you must search for that heart. That's what he's saying.
だからさ、
That's why
犯人がただの殺人狂で面白半分に事件を起こしてるって作品は
I can't really enjoy novels where the culprit is
なんだか少し好きになれない。
just a homicidal maniac who kills for fun.
殺すに値する十分な心の動きを描いた作品がお好きだと？
Then you like novels that show a strong enough movement of the heart to lead to murder?
そうさ。
That's right.
そしてそれを推理させてくれる作品が俺は本当は一番好きなんだ。
And my favorite ones are the novels that let you reason that out. As he spoke, he looked back at me and smiled. Before today, I used to like novels that focused on exposing tricks. However, I decided to look for novels like the ones he recommended in the future.
心ってやつを俺はないがしろにしたくない。
I don't like neglecting the heart.
人は心で動いてるんだからな。
The heart is what makes people move.
そうですね。
Yeah,
おっしゃる通りだと思います。
I think you're right. This isn't limited to the mystery genre. All humans are moved by their hearts all the time. Being able to notice the heart is what allows for interactions between people. No, interactions between hearts. None of us humans can live on our own, and yet we have no way of peeking into the hearts of others. That's why every meeting between people is a mystery of the heart. Finding those, reasoning about them, and understanding each other is the key to interactions between people and hearts. The two of us are here, all alone, talking together about mysteries. And through that, we are searching out each other's hearts, speaking of the heart's mysteries. I want you to feel about me the way I feel about you. We're both searching, trying to figure out the depths of the other's heart in this mystery of love.
Oh. もうこんな時間だな。
Look how late it's gotten.
兄貴たちを待たせちゃってるかな。
I wonder if Aniki and the others are waiting for us.
そろそろ戻った方がいい時間ですね。
Yes, we should probably go back soon.
シャノンちゃんと話してるとあっという間に時間が過ぎちまうな。
Time seems to fly by when I'm talking with you, Shannon-chan. He seemed to be speaking the words of my heart. We were thinking the same thing, so the same words came out.
いつまでも二人きりでお話をできたらいいのに。
I wish we could talk together like this forever.
時計の針が恨めしいです。
I hate clocks. Just out of context, I hate clocks is a very funny sentence there.
俺もだぜ。
Same here.
六軒島で一番楽しいのはこうしてシャノンちゃんと話すことだからな。
Talking about this stuff with you is the most fun part of coming to Brokenjima. When I saw that his smiling eyes were looking right at me, I turned away. I couldn't let him see my suddenly red face.
私も外の世界へ出られたなら、
If only I could leave this place,
もっともっとたくさんの本を読めるのに。
I'd be able to read so much more. The bookshop on Nijima that I go to, and the bookshop he goes to in the city, are on completely different scales. Book exchange between the two of us had become completely one-sided, with him giving me all the books.
シャノンちゃんはいつまで使用人を続ける気なんだ。
How long do you plan to be a servant, Shen-chan?
わかりません。
I don't know.
もしいつか
If someday
辞める時が来たら
you decide to quit,
来たら
if I do,
俺のところへ来いよ。
come over to my place. He said it almost carelessly. Maybe he was a bit embarrassed since he laughed weakly and blushed a little.
そしたら
And then
今度はもう時間も何も気にせずに済むもんな。
we won't need to worry about time running out anymore.
そうですね。
That's right.
ずっと一緒にいられますね。
We could be together as long as we wanted. The little secret dates on this island only happened a few times a year. And even when they did happen, it was only for a short, uncertain period of time. It wouldn't work over the phone or with with letters. We only talk about our mystery when we're standing together like this.
必ずその日は来るさ。
This sketched shot of Battler's hand on back of head, back shot here. Getting a lot of mileage. I know! That day will come soon.
来るでしょうか。
You think it will?
ああ、
Yeah,
絶対にな。
I'm certain of it. Certain? Why is he certain?
その日が来たら、
When that day comes,
俺が白馬にまたがって迎えに来てやるぜ。
I'll come for you, riding a white horse. What? After saying this, he turned away. He was probably too proud to show me his blushing cheeks. But even without seeing, I knew what his face looked like. To come riding on a white horse? Isn't that like a prince riding a white horse? So what exactly does that mean? Does it mean you're going to be my prince? My mind was going blank, so I just couldn't reason out his mystery of love, even though it was all plain and simple.
その日は
I wonder
いつ来るんでしょう。
when that day will come.
シャノンちゃんさえ決心したなら、すぐにさ。
Anytime you're ready. Huh? My heart skipped a beat. It was so sweet, yet it hurt.
俺はいつだっていいんだぜ。
Anytime's good for me.
シャノンちゃんの人生さ。
This is your life we're talking about, Shan-chan.
よく考えてから決心するといい。
You should think about it carefully before you decide.
俺はその決心がいつであっても、それを尊重するぜ。
And once you've made up your mind, I'll respect your decision, no matter when you make it.
はい
Okay.
その日までずっと待ってるぜ。
I'll keep on waiting until that day comes. If only I'd been a bit more foolish and courageous. I could have said then and there that I was already prepared and asked them to take me away from this island right away. But I couldn't say it. I had to think carefully about my future for both of our sakes. My head was filled with pointless, senseless thoughts. I'm
嬉しいです。
glad.
ありがとう。
Thank you. With his back still to me, he scratched his head and laughed. I knew he was doing this out of embarrassment, so I could clearly tell what his expression must have been. In the same way, he must have realized what my face looked like. We're both puzzle solvers of love. We theorize about each other's love, solving each other's mysteries.
時間をくれてありがとうございます。
Thanks for giving me time.
時間は無限にあるぜ。
You have all the time in the world.
いいえ、
No,
それでは申し訳ないです。
I'd feel bad
待ちくたびれちゃったら
if I
申し
kept
訳ないです。
you waiting too long.
だから決心しました。
So I've decided.
決心しますというのが正しいでしょうか。
No, I should say that I will decide.
今すぐ使用人を辞めるという意味じゃありません。
I don't mean that I'll quit my job today, right now.
そう。1年。
Yes, 1 year.
1年後に。
1 year from now. If, a year after now, you still feel like coming for me on a white horse, and me too. If I still like you a year from now, I'd like to dedicate the rest of my life to you.
1年後にこの同じ場所で
1 year from now, right here,
決心しようと思います。
I'd like to make my decision.
1年か。
A year, huh?
いい時間だな。
That sounds good.
春夏、秋冬、
Spring, summer, autumn, winter.
それだけの時間を過ごして、自分の心と正直に向き合うといいぜ。
That's a good amount of time to look honestly into your heart.
で ですから
So,
来年
next year,
きっと
please,
迎えに来てくださいね。
come for me, okay?
おう。
Yep. He responded to my cowardly determination with a quick, strong answer.
その日が来るの待っているぜ。
I'll be waiting for that day to come. Yes,
私も
I'll be
待っていますからね。
I'll be waiting too.
絶対来てくださいね。
Make sure you come, okay?
あ
Yeah.
絶対ですよ。
Don't forget.
来年来てくださいね。
Come here next year, okay?
あ
Yeah.
絶対来るぜ。
I'll come. That's for certain. Nothing will happen.
ここで会おうな。
I'll meet you here. That's for certain. I see. So, this emotion that feels like sweet suffocation is love? It is an emotion I do not know. One I do not have. Though my magic can grant any wish, though my paradise can grant any wish, that thing I cannot have, that incomprehensible emotion, that burns like fire and yet, madly, one wants to hold it close. All I know is that no matter how great a witch I might become, I cannot create this emotion. It must be given by another person. For the first time, I realized that I wasn't all-powerful, and I knew what Shannon had discovered in the world of humans.
この感情は
This emotion,
ダメだな。
it's just too much.
覚えちまったら
Once you felt it,
忘れられぬではないかよ。
there's no forgetting it, is there? Shannon, you win. Love, is it? Maybe the most important element and the one that I lack. Shannon, I'll watch and see how your love develops. So please, teach me more and more about this new emotion. Oh, get a good stretch in there. Oh, but what happens, Battler? What happens? Seeing Will for the first time today. Let me see. What's being said here? You know, there's a scene in episode 1, I think. I don't remember if it was Shannon or Jessica. Will says dots.
この姿は
They remind Battler that he promised to come on a white horse or something. That vaguely sounds familiar. I will admit that sounds like a thing that I remember reading way long ago. But God, I would not have been able to like pull that out myself. This form is...
貸してあげるわ。
I'm lending it to you. I'm lending it to you.
私バカは嫌いだから。
After all, I hate idiots. Giggle.
仮の名としてクレルと名乗りなさい。
Call yourself Claire as a temporary name.
それともベアトがいい？
Or would you prefer Beato?
感謝します。
You have my gratitude.
みすぼらしい姿を晒さずに済みます。
This way, I won't have to expose my pitiful form. Brancasteau had given Claire a fake form. It was a temporary form for the person acting the part of Beatrice. A fake to fool those who still hadn't discovered Beatrice's true form.
それが
Then,
異なる世界の
is this a tale?
私の物語なのですか？
About me in another world?
リオン、
Leon.
これが異なる世界のあなたにして我の物語。
This is indeed a tale of you in another world, and also my tale.
私が人間としてでなく魔女として生きる世界の物語。
The tale of a world where I live as a witch, not a human.
私も自分の人生にもしも想像することがあります。
Adjusting the lights in my apartment there. Okay. I am capable of imagining what if scenarios for my own life.
しかし
However,
あなたの話す物語は
the tale you tell
私の想像を
is beyond
超えすぎている。
anything I can imagine.
それでも
Even so,
もう一人のお前のたどった人生だ。
it's the life that another you has led.
だからって
But still,
容易に受け入れられるものではありません。
that doesn't mean I can accept it easily. Leon suddenly yelled and looked at the floor. Leon already knew. Because of the fragments lent by Bernkstill, Leon knew. There was a different world, where Leon lived as the Golden Witch Beatrice. And, in this world, eventually, on the day of the 1986 October Family Conference, she would be the ringleader of a terrible crime.
いくら異なる世界とはいえ、
Even if it is a different world.
私が家族や親族を、使用人の人たちみんなを巻き込んで恐ろしい事件の首謀者になる。
You're saying that I get my entire family and all the servants involved in a terrible crime that I'm the mastermind of?
それに私はどう向き合えばいいというのです。
How am I supposed to deal with that?
黙って聞いて静かに理解しろ。
Be quiet, listen, and figure it out.
別の人生では私が使用人をしていて、
In a different life, I end up as a servant?
かと思えばいつの間にか魔女になっていて、
And if that wasn't enough, I suddenly become a witch?
そしてやがては恐ろしい殺人事件を何度も繰り返す。
And then I eventually carry out several terrifying murders?
それをどう理解しろと言うんです。
How am I supposed to understand that?
ああ、そうだろうな。
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
誰にも理解はできねえだろうよ。
I doubt anyone could understand.
こいつももはや誰にも理解してもらえるとは思ってねえ。
This person here thought that no one would ever understand.
だからお前なんだ。
That's why you're here.
だからベルンカステルはお前とこいつ出会うはずのない自分同士をこうして出会わせたんだ。
That's why Bernkastel brought you here. Or brought you to. Two people who never should have met together like this.
別に深い意味はないわ。
It's not like I had any deep reason for it.
単なる気まぐれよ。
It was just a whim.
誰にも理解できない動機だからリオン、せめてお前だけは理解しろ。
This is a motive that no one can understand, Leon. So you need to be the one to understand it.
この物語の主役は俺じゃない。
I'm not the main character in this tale.
お前だ。
You are.
俺はお前の理解を助けるための介助役に過ぎね。
I'm just here to help you understand.
ミルは犯人の動機を理解したと言いましたね。
You said that you understand the culprit's motive.
ああ。
Yes.
それは
Is that
私が家族を、
is that
親族を
is that motive
みんなを殺すに足る納得できる動機なんですか？
a satisfying explanation for why I'd kill my entire family?
さあな。
Who knows?
それを考えるのは自分だ。
As for you to decide.
俺が納得してもお前が納得するわけじゃね
Even if I say it's satisfying, that doesn't mean it'll satisfy you.
え。お前の納得はお前がするんだ。
You have to decide that for yourself.
私には何が何だか本当にわからないんです。
I really don't have a clue what's going on.
ベアトリーチェが起こしたといういくつものゲーム版という名の事件を見ました。
I've seen several crimes called game boards that Beatrice supposedly carried out.
そして今もう一人の私が語る
異なる人生についても聞いています。
And now I'm hearing another me talk about a different life from mine.
でも全然それと事件がつながらない。
But there's no connection between that and the crime.
理解ができない。
I don't understand.
私もこの時
At this point in the tale, even I
やがてそのような恐ろしい事件を引き起こすことになるなど想像することもできませんでした。
could not have dreamed that I would eventually carry out such terrible crimes.
いえ、仮に想像し得たとしても
In fact, even if I had been able to dream of it,
私にあのような事件を起こす力はありませんでした。
I did not have the power to commit those crimes at the time.
だろうな。
Probably.
お前の不幸は多分
Your misfortune probably came
碑文の謎を解いたことだろうな。
when you solved the epitaph's riddle. Huh?
おじい様が出題したという隠し黄金の碑文ですか？
You mean that epitaph about the hidden gold which grandfather supposedly wrote?
事件ごとに異なる共犯者を得るシステム。
There exists a system for gaining different accomplices for each crime.
導き出される推理は犯人が莫大な金を持っていたという可能性。
Reasoning can lead us to the possibility that the culprit possessed a vast amount of money.
そして
We can also envision another system.
全てを黄金鏡に招き
which involves inviting all to the Golden Land.
全ての恋を成就させるもう一つのシステム。
And making all loves bear fruit.
動機だけでなく
So, it wasn't just the motive.
そこまでをお察しでしたか？
You've already seen that far as well.
それこそが第4のゲームの最後の謎の答えだ。
That's the answer to the final riddle from the fourth game.
お前の最大の不幸は碑文を解き
Your greatest misfortune was solving the epitaph.
本当の意味で黄金の魔女として復活しその魔力を得てしまったことだ。
Reviving as a golden witch in the truest sense and gaining magical power.
今となってはあれはやはり不幸なことだったのでしょうか？
Looking back, is that really misfortune at all?
わかりません。
I do not know.
しかし1986年にバトラさんが帰ってくるという事実が変わらぬ限り
However, as long as the fact that Battler-san returns in 1986 remains unchanged,
何かの悲劇は起こったでしょう。
some sort of tragedy would certainly have occurred.
そうだな。
That's right.
バトラが帰ってくるのが1年早いか遅いかだったら
If Battler returned a year earlier or later,
事件は起こらなかったかもしれねえ。
that incident might not have occurred. No, some small incident probably would have occurred, and it would surely have been a mysterious, impossible incident which no one could have explained. But even so, compared to the Rokenjima serial murders, it would have been a tiny thing.
バトラ君が
If Battler-kun
1年早いか遅いかだったら
had returned a year earlier or later,
とは
then what?
運命とは本当に皮肉なものですね。
Fate can be so filled with irony.
私に魔女の人生を歩ませ碑文を解くことで本当の魔女となり
It made me walk the path of a witch. And when I solved the epitaph, I became a true witch.
そして6年を経て彼の帰りを知る。
Then, 6 years passed, and I learned of his return.
それらすべてが運命ならば
If all that was fate,
これは私にとって必然であり逃れられなかった事件なのです。
then this crime must have been inevitable and inescapable for me.
バトラは1980年
In 1980,
母アスムの死と父ルドルフの早すぎる再婚に憤慨して後ろ宮家を飛び出した。
Battler was resentful because of the death of his mother, Asma, and his father's remarriage that came too soon, so he left the Yushiromiya family.
そして6年間後宮家を離れた。
For 6 whole years, he had no direct contact with them. He convinced his grandparents on his mother's side to help him and went by his mother's maiden name. Then, when those grandparents passed away, he finally made up with Rudolph and returned to the Yushiromiya family again in 1986.
その不運がお前に事件の動機を生む。
That bad luck gave birth to your motive for the crime.
思いました。
I did wonder,
どうして6年も経て
why, after 6 whole years,
今さら帰ってくるのかと。
did he finally come back?
そうだな。
I understand.
いっそ永遠に帰ってこない方がお前には良かったのかもしれない。
In a way, it would have been better for you if you had never come back.
もちろん苦しみは続いていたでしょう。
Of course, my suffering would have continued.
しかし大量殺人という許されざる犯罪に手を染めずには済んだかもしれません。
However, I may not have tainted myself with the unforgivable crime of mass murder.
バトラ君が後ろ宮家を去り、
How could Battler-kun leaving
それがどんな動機になるというんですか？
create a motive?
逆だな。
You've got it backwards.
逆？
Backwards.
バトラが去ったから事件が起こるんじゃない。
The crime didn't occur because Battler left.
バトラが帰ってきたから事件が起こるんだ。
It happened because Battler came back.
こうして考えれば考えるほどに
The more I think about it,
後ろ宮バトル
Yushiromiya Battler
なんと憎らしい男か。
was quite a disagreeable man.
何より憎らしいのは彼は自分のせいで事件が起こることに最後まで何の自覚もなかったこと。
More than anything else, because he never realized that the outbreak of the crime was his fault.
最後には思い出した。
He did remember in the end.
ただし、お前が諦めて消えたよりずっと後のことだがな。
However, that was long after you gave up and disappeared.
それが本当なら
If that is so,
私の心も
then it would
少
give
しは救われるのですが。
then it would give my heart some peace.
私には未だにあなたたちが何の話をしているのかわかりません。
I don't have a clue what you two are talking about anymore.
ですが、逃げずに聞こうと思います。
But I'd like to ask you bluntly.
知ろうと思います。
I want to know,
一体あなたに何があって事件を決意するというのですか？
what on earth happened to you that made you decide to commit a crime?
そうだ。
Yes,
それが一番大事なんだ。
that's the most important part.
後宮バトラが推理小説に対しホワイダニットを尊んだように。
It's just like how Yushiromiya Battler respected the whodunit in mystery novels.
黄金の魔女の物語もゲームも謎もすべてそこに秘められている。
That's where the answers to all the riddles are hidden, both in the tale of the Golden Witch and in the game.
では
In that case,
引き続き語りましょう。
allow me to continue.
1980年
1980.
私が事件を決意する6年前から
6 years before I resolved myself to commit the crime.
第6章試される日。
Chapter 6 Days of Trials. 1980, 6 years until the incident. 6 years later.
バトラ様が
A Battler-sama
後ろ宮家の席を出られた？
has left the Yushiromiya family?
旦那様とルドルフ様がそう話してるのよ。
That's what Kraus-sama and Rudolph-sama were saying.
もうびっくり。
What a shock.
お前の人生にもそして家庭にも
I have no intention of criticizing your way of life or your family situation.
私は何も文句を言うつもりはない。
However, father is in a towering rage.
しかし、親父殿はカンカンだよ。
Disinheriting a son is one thing.
感動ならまだしも、この方から愛想を尽かして席を出ていくなど聞いたこともない。
But I've never even heard of a child becoming fed up and leaving the family on his own.
誰に似たんだか。
That battler can be surprisingly stubborn.
バトラのやつめ、妙に頑固でな。
Sort of like someone else I know.
バトラ君の気持ちがわからないのであれば、父親としての資格を疑われるかと思いますよ。
If you are unable to understand Battler-kun's feelings, one might question your right to be a father. Damn. Enough, Natsui.
キリエさんの子供をしっかり育てたいという責任をルドルフなりに示したということだろう。
I'm sure Rudolph was just trying to show how dedicated he was to raising Kairi-san's child in his own way.
それが来年だったなら何も言うことはありません。
I would have nothing to say if this were happening next year.
しかし、どうして今年なのですか？
But why this year?
桃開けないうちから。
He's still in his period of mourning.
解任の時期を考えると、ルドルフさんを見下さざるを得ません。
If you consider the timing of this pregnancy, one must acknowledge that Rudolph-san has acted disgracefully.
まあそういじめないでくれ。
Come on, don't be so harsh.
これが俺なりのけじめの取り方なんだ。
This is my way of atoning for what I've done.
バトラ君が亡くなられたアスムさんに代わってあなたに抗議されている気持ち。
Battler-kun's trying to protest against you on the behalf of his departed mother, Asuma-san.
本当によくわかります。
I deeply understand how he feels.
もしここにいたなら、一緒に肩を抱いて泣いてあげたい気持ちですよ。
If he were here, I would want to hold him and cry along with him. Natsui's words were sharp. They pierced Rudolph mercilessly. Rudolph had no retort. His relationship with Kairi had been adulterous, plain and simple. According to Rudolph, he had been close to Kairi longer than Asuma. And, even after his marriage to Asuma, that relationship had not disappeared.
なんだよそれ!
What the hell does that mean?
このクソ親父!
You old bastard!
じゃあつまり、あんたはずっと母さんを裏切ってたわけじゃねえかよ!
So, you've just been betraying Mom from the start?
そりゃ俺だって、キリエ様知ってるさ。
Sure, I know Kairi-san.
あんたのビジネスパートナーで、いつも事業の相談に乗ってくれる頼れる友人だって聞かされてたさ。
You told me that she was your business partner and a friend whose advice you could always rely on.
それが男女の仲だったなんて、今さら言われたって知ったことかよ!
If you're trying to say after all this time that she was more than that, then why should I give a damn?
母さんが死んだ後なら勝ってさ。
After Mom's death, you could have done whatever you wanted.
俺だってあんたの人生だ。好きにしろと言ってるさ。
I'm right there with you, saying that you should live life as you please.
でもな、キリエさんの解任はいつだよ?
But just when did Kairi-san get pregnant?
まだ母さんは生きてるじゃないか。
Back when Mom was still alive, right?
ああ、やっとわかったぜ。
Yeah, now I finally see.
なんで俺はあんたにこんなにも吐き気を感じるのかってな。
So this is why you always make me want to vomit.
あんた、母さんがここで死んでくれて嬉しかったの。そうなんだろ。
Are you glad that Mom's finally dead now? You are, aren't you?
もし母さんが生きてたら、不倫のことや子供のことでどう隠すかで苦労が絶えなかったろうからな。
I'm sure it would have been so hard on you, keeping your infidelity and even a kid secret while Mom was still alive.
都合よく母さんが死んでくれたから、キリエさんと結婚して、新しい子を俺の弟か妹になってよく言えたもんだぜ。
But now that Mom conveniently kicked it, you get to marry Kairi-san, and I get a new little brother or sister?
母さんが天国で泣いてる!
You can bet that Mom's crying in heaven.
恥を知れ! 恥を知れよ!
You bastard, you're embarrassing!
俺は恥ずかしいぜ!
I'm embarrassed!
あんたと同じ後宮の姓を名乗ることが恥ずかしくて仕方ねえ!
So embarrassed I can't stand to have the same last name as you.
生まれてくる子に罪はねえさ。
The kid is completely guiltless.
両親が揃ってなきゃかわいそうだ。
It'd be too sad if he or she doesn't have both parents together.
せいぜい新しい家族を育んで 幸せに育ててやれよ。
Go ahead, build a new family and raise that kid to have a happy life.
だがな、俺は許さねえからな。
But I'll never forgive you.
だって母さんはもう憎むこともできる。
Mom isn't here to hate you anymore.
だから俺が母さんに代わってあんたを憎む。
So I'll hate you in her place.
全身全霊をかけてな。
With all of my body and soul.
あばよ、クソ親父。
So long, old bastard. Just slam door.
もう十分だろう、夏日。
That is enough, Natsui.
ルドルフは決してバトラ君に愛情を失ったわけではない。
Rudolph hasn't lost the affection he feels for Badlerkin.
長い時間をかけるだろうが、親子の絆を取り戻したいと願っている。
It may take some time, but he wants to fix the relationship one day.
父親として当然です。
As any father should.
赤の他人ならいざ知れず。
If it were some complete stranger, that would be one thing, but this is your own flesh and blood son.
自分の血を分けた子供ならば、それが当然の責務です。
It's clearly your responsibility.
いいさ。
Go ahead.
とことん俺を蔑んでくれ。
Despise me all you want.
反論はしねえ。
I won't argue.
それが俺のけじめのつけ方だ。
That's the only way I can atone.
せめて生まれてくる子だけは幸せにしたまえ。
At the very least, make sure you give the new child a happy life.
生まれてくる子もバトラも
The kid who's going to be born and Battler.
俺の子だ。
They're both my kids.
アスムさんが亡くなり、キリエさんと籍を入れられるのは
Wedding Kairi-san after Asuma-san's death may have been painful for Badler-kun.
バトラ君には苦々しいだろうが、生まれてくる子にとって最善だ。
But it was the best choice you could make for the coming child.
私はお前を理解するよ。
I understand why you did it.
バトラ君がアスムさんが亡くなって嬉しかっただろうとあなたをなじった気持ちがよくわかります。
And I understand why Badler-kun felt like telling you that you were happy Asuma-san died.
もうよせ、夏日。
Stop, Natsui.
すでにルドルフはなじるべき人間から十分にそれを受けている。
Rudolph has already been scolded enough by the person most fit to do so.
それより紅茶をもらえるかね。
Now then, how about some black tea?
厨房の誰かに紅茶を頼んできてくれんかね。
Could you go ask someone in the kitchen to make us some?
わかりました。
Understood. Natsui took this as a signal to leave the room and did so. Once she left, Kraus relaxed slightly.
アスムさんは気の毒だったが、
I feel bad for Asuma-san.
生まれてくる子を考えれば、これは偶然のタイミングだったかもしれんね。
But if we consider the timing of that soon-to-be born child, this might have been quite the coincidence.
まるでアスムが
Almost as though
それを知って自分から舞台を降りたかのようだ。
Asuma knew that and stepped down from the stage of her own choosing.
俺がアスムを殺したのか。
Did I kill Asuma?
だとしたら俺はいつから殺してたんだろうな。
If so, how long has it been since I started killing her?
アスムさんを大事に思う気持ちがまだあるなら、
If you still treasure Asuma-san's memory,
何年かけてでもバトラ君と復縁したまえ。
then no matter how many years it takes, you must fix your relationship with Badler-kun.
ああ、
Yeah,
わかってる。
I know.
そしてキリエさんと生まれてくる子にも等しい愛情を注ぎなさい。
And be sure to pour just as much affection on Kairi-san and the new child that is to be born,
アスムさんの十字架を背負いながらね。
while also bearing Asuma-san's cross.
もし地獄にもリザーブってやつがあるんなら。
If they have reserved seating in hell,
特上の席を俺に一つ。
If they do,
取っておいてほしいもんだぜ。
I'd like to reserve myself a VIP spot. The news that Battler had abandoned the Ishimiya family Ishimiya name, swept across the family.
バトラさんもお気の毒に。
And poor Battler-san too?
いつかきっと仲直りをしてくれると信じていますけど。
I do believe that he'll make up with them eventually, but
親族の方々の都合だ。
this is a matter for the family.
使用人の知るところではない。
It is not something servants need concern themselves with.
それよりも、新しく白宮家に加わられる桐江様のお顔を
Instead,
早く覚えねばならんな。
we should focus on memorizing the face, the newest member of the Ishimiya family, Kairi-sama.
それもそうですね。
Yes, that's true.
今年の親族会議にはいらっしゃるんですからね。
She'll be coming to the family conference this year. If the person who just joined the Ishimiya family would be coming to the conference, then what about the person who just left the family? Oh, she definitely did not make it.
ならバトラー来ないってことじゃない？
That means Battler isn't coming, right?
そう考えるのが妥当であろうな。
That seems the most probable outcome.
賑やかな男が一人かけ、なんとも寂しいものよ。
How lonely is the loss of a single noisy man? Though most people felt a bit lonely to see Battler leave the Ishimiya family, they didn't think any more about it than that. However, what about Shannon? Wasn't Battler supposed to come for her on a white horse? Brr. Brr. I was surprised at first. I thought that, since he had left the family, he might not be coming to this island anymore. If we consider Battler-san's feelings, this is only natural, I guess. I understand painfully well why he wanted to leave his family. But, does that really mean he won't come to Rokkenjima anymore? What on earth is going on? Will he really never return? Unable to ask him this directly, I was forced to live each day fretfully. Battler-san, I understand how you feel, but to say that you'll never return because you've abandoned your family, that's a lie, right? I was so confused that the world seemed to be spinning around me. I had a tight feeling in my chest and couldn't think about anything. When I happened to touch my cheek, I was surprised to find it hot and wet. While wearing a truly miserable expression on my face, I was crying.
Shannon.
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 Shannon. Speak to me, Shannon. From far away, I could hear someone calling to me, but it was a very strange sort of distance. Though it felt very far away, the voice also seemed to be coming from right beside me.
Shannon.
Shannon.
そなたの胸中察するぞ。
I know your heart.
大丈夫よ。
It's okay.
あくまでも親子喧嘩。
It's just a fight between a boy and his father.
そして噂話には尾ひれがつくものよ。
And I'm sure the rumors blow everything out of proportion.
きっと大げさに伝わってるだけだわ。
Everything's just being exaggerated.
そうとも。
Indeed.
もう二度とバトラがこの島に来ないと決まったわけではない。
There are none who can say with certainty that Battler will not return to this island.
気を強く持つのだ。
You would do well to remain strong. Where is this place? I seem to remember it somehow. I think it reminds me of the scenery from a strange dream I once had. Then, this must be another dream. I was there, under an arbor surrounded by a golden rose garden, and two witches in white and red dresses were showering words of encouragement upon me.
噂好きの若い使用人たちが話を好き勝手に膨らませているに違いないぞ。
You can be sure that those rumor-mongering young servants are embellishing the story however they please.
席を抜けたなどと大げさな。
So, he has changed his name, they say.
きっとただの親子喧嘩に違いないぞ。
Surely this can be nothing more than a family quarrel.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
そうだといいのですが。
I wish I could believe that.
そうに決まってるわ。
Of course it's true.
男の子だもの。
He's a boy after all.
父親と喧嘩の一つくらいするわ。
You can hardly be surprised that he's had a few arguments with his dad.
そうともそうとも。
Precisely as you say.
すぐに頭を冷やして仲直りするに決まっているではないか。
Clearly, they'll make it up to each other once they cool their heads.
男の喧嘩なんて、火付きは良くてもすぐ燃え尽きちゃうものよ。
When men argue, it's always fiery at first, but they burn out quickly.
それに比べ、女の喧嘩は炎こそ上がらぬが、いつまでも火種が残るものよ。
In contrast, an argument between women burns like a steady flame, but the fuel never goes dry.
男の喧嘩など激しくとも一時。
Men's arguments are fierce but short,
すがすがしいものよ。
quick and easy.
そうですね。
You're right.
バトラさんとルドルフ様。
I hope Battler-san and Rudolph-sama
早く仲直りするといいですね。
make up soon.
するとも。
Oh, they will.
バトラはいつも言っていたであろうが。
Haven't you heard Battler mention it all the time?
よく父親と喧嘩をすると。
He always fights with his father.
今回もそれらのうちの一つと変わらぬ。
This is just another of those fights.
母親の死と父親の再婚で動揺したに過ぎぬわ。
The death of his mother and his father's remarriage have merely upset him.
祖父母の家へ行ってしまったそうだけど、どうせ2、3日も頭を冷やせば元の鞘に収まるわ。
It sounds as though he's gone to live with his mother's parents, but after he's cooled his head for a few days, he'll come back.
ほらあれよ、プチ家出ってやつね。
It's like a kid running away from home, see? The two witches kept saying that Battler's fight hadn't been anything huge. If it had been a mere family quarrel, the rumors wouldn't have started in the first place. Taking an optimistic view here isn't likely to prove useful.
いずれにせよだ。
Either way,
これはバトラ親子の問題。
this is a problem between Battler and his father.
放っておけば時間が解決してくれる。
If you're patient, time will heal all wounds.
そなたが気に病んでも仕方がなきことよ。
There's no point in you feeling bad over it.
今日バトラが来なかったからといって、これからも来ないと決めつけるのは早計だわ。
Just because Battler happened to be absent today doesn't mean we can be sure he'll never come back.
今日はルドルフが一人でやってきただけの話。
All this means is that Rudolph came alone today.
そうとも。
True.
また次の親族会議では元気な姿を見せてくれるに決まっている。
Of course, he will be at the next family conference as energetic as ever.
おそらくはそのうちヒリエとやらを連れてやってくるであろう。
By then, Rudolph will probably bring that Kyrie here too.
その時にはふてくされながらも一緒に来てくれるに決まっている。
Battler may be sulky about it, but I'm certain that he'll come as well.
そうですね。
You're right.
うん。
Yeah,
きっとそうですよね。
I'm sure you're right. How nice would it be if they were right? In fact, if I could, I'd like to flip through the calendar until autumn right now and check to see whether he does come to the next conference. If he does, then all my fears are groundless. It would mean the rumor-mongering family members and servants have just blown things out of proportion. If Battler-san was right here, I'd want to question him right away. Hey, if it isn't true that you'll never come back to Rokujima again... Wait. Hey, it isn't true that you'll never come to Rokujima again, right? And then, if he said that of course he would come again, it would be such a relief. I don't know the phone number for Rudolph-sama's house, but I would probably look it up if I tried. However, as a servant of the family, I have no excuse for making such a call. And anyway, I have no way of knowing the phone number for Battler's grandparents' house. I can't do anything except wait for Rudolph-sama's family to come visit, and hope that my fears are groundless. However, will I be able to make it through the day feeling like this? No way. I doubt I'll sleep a wink tonight. Just waiting around feeling like this, I don't know when my next chance will come. I can't do that. Will it be next month? Or the month after? In the worst case, I might have to wait until the next family conference. I have to wait that long, while holding back this suffocating feeling. I can't bear it.
ねえ、シャノン。
Hey, Shannon.
唐突に尋ねるけれど、
Sorry to ask this out of the blue.
あなたがした1年後までの決意というのは、この島の使用人を辞めることを決めるだけの決意じゃないでしょう？
But when you made up your mind to do something by the next year, that something wasn't just quitting work as a servant on this island, right?
それは
That... I made the decision to start a new life. I didn't want to keep on being a servant by force of habit. I made the decision to step into a new life, and to leave my old life as a servant behind.
そしてその決意の日に迎えに来るとバトラーは約束してくれたんじゃなかった？
And Battler promised that he'd come here on the day of your decision, right?
それは はい。
Yes.
わらわは言葉を選ばぬから言おう。
Tact is not one of my strong points, so I shall speak frankly.
それはつまりバトラと共に新しい人生を踏み出そうという決意ではないのか。
You made the decision and resolved yourself to starting a new life with Battler, correct?
バトラさんと
A new life
新しい人生
with Battler-san.
そなたは決意の日にバトラが迎えに来てくれないかもしれないと恐れている。
You are afraid that Battler will not come for you on the day of your decision.
しかし決意の日はバトラが迎えに来てくれることだけを意味するのではないぞ。
However, there is more to that day of decision than just Battler coming to see you.
あなたがバトラとこれからの人生を共に歩む決意を示す日でもあるのよ。
It's also the day for you to show that you've determined to spend the rest of your life with him.
その決意はそなたが自らするものだ。
This determination is something you must create for yourself.
バトラがただ来てくれるだけで成し得るものではないぞ。
It won't bear fruit simply because Battler shows up.
シャノン、
Shannon,
あなたにはもうこれからの人生を彼と歩む決意はあるの？
do you now have the determination to spend the rest of your life with him?
それがまだないから次の親族会議の日に決心するなんて言ったんでしょ？
You decided to put it off until the next family conference because you didn't have that determination last time, right?
バトラと人生を共に歩むとはどういうことなのか。
What does it mean to live life with Battler?
そなたは真剣に考えたことはあるのか。
Have you ever thought seriously about it in detail?
それはその
Well, as long as I'm working as a servant on Rokujima, my opportunities for meeting him are limited. We're both underage, so it's too early to talk about, marriage. However, if I quit working as a servant, I should have many more opportunities to meet him. Once I quit work here, I'll return to the Fukuin house. I have my wages from serving the family, so I should have more than enough to travel to Battler-san's house to play. And when I graduate from school, I can rent an apartment near Battler-san's house. Then, well, I can work while going to school. That life would be a lot more difficult than I first thought. However, I'd be able to see Battler-san much, much more often. If not every day, then every week. I won't be a servant anymore, so there won't be any difference in class. I can call him whenever I want. And I'm already doing both school and work. Thanks to my experience here, I know more than enough to do simple housework.
楽しそうな人生ではないか。
Doesn't that sound like a fun life?
ささやかな住まいを借りて自分の城を築けたならぜひバトラを招待するがよい。
You can rent a humble abode, and once you build up your own house, or home, you can invite Battler over.
そうして新しい二人の時間、二人の世界が始まっていくのね。
And then, the time you spend together, the world the two of you make will begin.
素敵じゃない。
Doesn't that sound wonderful?
はい。
Yes.
ちょっと
It does sound a bit.
素敵ですよね。
Wonderful. This was the first time I'd ever imagined that future clearly. My love for him, and my honest desire to live my life with him. Earlier, I was able to consider both of these deeply. However, now that I'm clearly imagining the future I plan to choose, I finally understand. I must be aware of how much determination will be needed to reach that future.
やがては
You dream of marriage.
結婚だって夢見ちゃってるわけでしょ
Eventually, don't you?
ほうほう
Ho ho!
結婚前提とは最近の小娘は進んでおるわ。
Girls these days, dating with marriage in mind at such a young age.
そこまでは
Well, that's a bit,
夢を否定しないで
Don't deny your dreams, okay?
未来を見据えぬ目を閉じたままの第一歩に何の意味もないんだから
There's no point in taking a first step if your eyes are closed and you don't look to the future.
惚れた男なら結婚しちゃったりしてと夢見ても何の罪もないぞ。
If a girl's in love with a man, there's nothing wrong with thinking, I want to marry him.
それが乙女の特権であるわ。
That's a young girl's natural right. My face had turned bright red. Earlier, I thought that considering marriage really was a bit premature, so I tried as best I could not to think about it. However, when the witches encouraged me to imagine it, that image was both exciting and vivid. I felt an indescribable feeling of refreshment and awakening. Like the gentle breeze that washes over you when you go outside during a brief spot of sunshine on a rainy day. That's right, I didn't actually have the determination to go that far. I need to strengthen my determination by the time the next family conference comes around. If I can't do that, then sticking around as a servant on this island is no more than I deserve.
そしてそれは同時に試練でもあるのよ
And at the same time, this is also a trial.
確かに
True.
これは試練であるな。
A trial to be overcome.
試練
A trial?
どうしてですか
Why is that?
愚か者め。
Fool.
バトラは次の親族会議に迎えに来るとそなたに約束したではないか。
Battler promised that he would come for you at the next family conference, did he not?
白馬にまたがって迎えに来るってね
He said he'd come on a white horse, right?
はい
Yes.
そなたはバトラがもう来ないと思っている。
You're thinking that Battler will not come anymore.
つまりそれはバトラの約束を信じないということではないのか。
In other words, you have no faith in Battler's promise.
だからこれは試練なのよ
That's why this is a trial.
彼を信じて待つというあなたへの試練
To pass through this trial, you'll have to show that you can trust him and wait.
試練
A trial? I hadn't thought of it that way. Since he promised to come for me in a year, then I need to believe that he'll come for me in a year. If I doubt that, I don't have the right to wait for him in the first place.
バトラが後ろ宮家を抜けたのだって案外
In fact,
そなたとの未来を見据えてのことなのかもしれぬぞ。
Battler might have left the Ishimiya family because he set his sights on a future with you.
あらどうして
Oh? Why would that be?
二人で暮らし将来婚姻のちぎりを交わすことまで見通したなら
If he knows that you will live together and eventually exchange marriage vows,
後ろ宮家の使用人であるシャノンと結ばれるには後ろ宮の姓が邪魔をすることもあるかもしれぬ。
having the name Ishimiya would cause problems since Shannon is a servant of the Ishimiya family.
ああなるほど
Ah, I see.
使用人の娘と結ばれるなんてギャンギャンって言われることを見越して先に後ろ宮の姓を捨てたってわけね
He realizes that there will be all kinds of trouble if he decides to marry a servant girl, so he's abandoned the Ishimiya name beforehand.
どうだシャノン
What do you think, Shannon?
これならば全てに筋は通るというもの。
That way, everything makes sense.
バトラが後ろ宮の名を捨てたのはそなたを考えてのことよ。
Battlers abandoned the Ishimiya name for your sake.
ルドルフとの唐突な親子喧嘩はそれをもっともらしくする口実に違いあるまい。
This sudden argument with Rudolph was just an excuse.
素敵な推理だわ
This kind of theorizing reminds me of like being in middle school again. Yeah, it's got that like slight tinge of like what do I want to say? It's vaguely gossipy, but also like a bit of like hopeless optimism, if that makes any sense. Two words that are very different. Hopeless optimism. What splendid reasoning.
さすがリーチェ。
Nice going, Riche. Wah!
どうだシャノン。
What do you say, Shannon?
落ち込むには値しないではないか。
There's no reason to feel down.
それどころか、そなたと結ばれるためにバトラが先に決意を見せたようなものではないか。
On the contrary, it's as though Battler has shown his determination first. Also, like, I know it's like a thing, it's already kind of been established, and we're kind of dancing around the subject here because of time jumps or whatever. But, like, we've kind of talked about, I mean, I feel like we've talked about it before on the channel. I feel like we've talked about it in previous streams. It's kind of setting up for something to happen. But clearly, the ball is dropped. And then, as we've kind of talked about before, and maybe we're gonna see the things that lead up to this. But she rebounds hard into George, right? I mean, like, and it I don't know. I feel like we're just slowly building up for like this it's just Let me see. Let me see. He might, he might be giving up the family name for you part. Feels like, oh, he didn't ask you to the dance because XYZ bestie, don't be sad. That's good. That's a good point. Good explanation. Yeah. Shannon says giggle. Giggle, giggle, giggle. A smile had finally returned to my face. Of course, I hadn't taken the witches seriously and let myself be reassured. It was closer to the opposite. It was almost funny that they could think up such ridiculously convenient explanations for everything. However, they had made all those ridiculous theories to cheer me up. The witches are right when they say that I must trust Badler-san, and that there's no point moping about just because I've heard a few rumors. Until the next family conference, I intend to strengthen my resolve. And I believe that he'll accept my feelings and comfort me. The idea that Badler left the family so that he could be married to me someday was laughable, of course. But right now, I should try and feel confident enough to accept even crazy ideas like that.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks so much.
なんだか少し気分が楽になりました。
I feel a little better now.
ならばよかった。
That as well.
そなたが悲しみで枕を濡らすのを見るのは耐えられんのでな。
I cannot stand watching you cry yourself to sleep.
私の夢の中にまでやってきて励ましてくれて本当にありがとう。
Thanks for coming into my dreams to encourage me. Indeed.
もうじき朝になる。
It'll be morning soon.
すべては夢。
This is all a dream.
そなたは目覚めれば何も覚えてはいまい。
You won't remember any of it when you wake.
しかし、そなたの心に静寂は戻る。
However, your heart will be at peace.
はい。
Yes.
私は彼を信じて待つ。
I'll believe in him and wait.
だから小さな噂話になんか耳を貸さないんです。
So, I won't listen to every little rumor.
そうだ。
Very good.
次の親族会議まで自分を磨きながら待つのだ。
Wait until the next conference while improving yourself.
花嫁修行と思えば日々のつまらぬ雑事も彩りを帯びよう。
If you think of it as training to become a wife, all of your everyday chores will grow more meaningful. Surely he won't miss another conference. Giggle.
本当にありがとう。
Thanks a lot.
リーチェ、
Riche.
もう朝になるわ。
It'll be morning soon.
そうか。
Is that so?
それではさらばだ、シャノン。
Then so long, Shannon.
そなたはわらわを覚えてはいまい。
You may not remember me,
しかし、わらわはいつもそなたのそばにいて、そなたを見守っているぞ。
but I will always be by your side, watching over you.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
ありがとう。
Yes, thank you.
次の親族会議など瞬く間よ。
The next family conference will be here in a flash.
のんびりと待つがよい。
Wait for it at your leisure.
必ずバトラは約束を守るのだから。
Battler will certainly keep his promise. One year later.
はじめまして。
Oh, it's my girl. It's my girl. Pleased to meet you.
キリエと申します。
My name is Kyrie.
よろしくお願いいたします。
I hope we can all become quick friends.
名前だけならアスムさんより前から知ってるわ。
I've known your name longer than I've known Asuma-san's.
ルドルフの昔からのガールフレンドってね。
I hear you're Rudolph's old girlfriend. Damn. Giggle.
ええ。ご縁は随分になりますので。
Yes, we've known each other for quite a long time.
後ろ宮家へようこそ。
Welcome to the Ishimiya family.
当家に早く馴染まれることを期待します。
I hope you find it easy to grow comfortable here.
はい。
Yes.
私も早く慣れて、夫をサポートできるようになろうと思います。
I'd like to grow comfortable quickly so that I can support my husband.
それにしても可愛いお嬢ちゃんや。
But look how cute that little girl is.
名前はなんて言うんや？
What's her name?
エンジェちゃんですって。
This is Angie-chan.
可愛らしい名前ね。
What a cute name.
やはり仲直りはできなかったのかね。
So, you two couldn't make up after all?
よりを戻すならこの機会と思ったんだがな。
I thought this would be the perfect chance to bring him back, but
親父に似て頑固なやつでね。
he's a stubborn as dad.
もうバトラ君は帰ってこないの？
Will Badler could never come back?
寂しくなるわ。
I'll miss him.
男には家を飛び出す気概くらいやってもいいもんや。
Nothing wrong with a man having enough backbone to find his own way in the world.
そういう男はな、きっとビッグになって帰ってくるで。
I'm sure he'll have made it big by the time he comes back.
そう？
You think so?
バトラ君にとってもう今のお家はお家じゃないもの。
Right now, Badler-kun's home isn't home for him.
帰る場所はもはやそこじゃないわ。
The place he comes home to is somewhere else now. Let me see, I like this family talking about things that are not the inheritance. Oh, a big truth. Big truth. Enough.
ルドルフの家の都合だ。
This concerns Rudolph's family only.
私たちが詮索することではない。
It is not our place to meddle.
ありがとう、クラウス兄さん。
Thank you, Krasny-san.
それは私たち家族の問題です。
This is an issue for our family alone.
でも、バトラ君がルドルフさんと一緒に暮らせる日が来るよう、私も努力をするつもりです。
However, I intend to do all I can to see that Badler-kun and Rudolph-san can live together again someday.
だって、エンジェのたった一人のお兄ちゃんなんですから。
After all, he's Angie's one and only big brother.
ああ
Yep.
バトラめ、意固地になっちまってて、今は何を言っても逆効果だ。
When that kid gets stuck on something, anything you say to him will have the opposite effect.
アスムのお父さんがちょっと短気な人でね。
Asumu's father has a bit of a short temper.
焚きつけちまってるみたいでね。
Looks like he's been adding fuel to the fire.
大丈夫よ。
It'll be okay.
きっと遠くないうちにルドルフさんの気持ちを理解してくれるわよ。
I'm sure he'll understand your feelings before too long.
わしらには応援しかできん。
We can't do anything except cheer you on.
仮に帰ってこないにしても、はよ仲直りできるのを祈っとるで。
Even if he doesn't come back, we're all praying that the two of you will make up quickly.
バトラが来ないとなんだかつまらねえぜ。
It's a bit boring without Battler.
そうだね。
Yeah. This is how... Talking about personal life. This line here, I hope this is what my siblings in my family... as I show up back home for family functions maybe like once every year and a half or two, I really hope... I hope the times that I don't show up and they all gather, I hope they're always like, man, it's a bit boring without Austin. I hope that's how they feel. I've always said, me only showing up every once in a while back home and seeing the whole family is like, honestly, I don't know if this sounds bad, but it's like a cheat code, because like if you stay around too long, you allow people to get tired of your antics and just your personality. And I'm not saying I'm bad, and I'm not saying other people are bad necessarily or whatever, but I'm just saying like you every time I come in, I'm like the fresh face, you know? I get to liven it. I'm like the spice to the family. I get to come in every once in a while. I'm just shaking hands, kissing babies and all. And like I'm like, because, and like I don't do that much interesting things in my like day-to-day life. So like the question of like, oh, what have you been up to? Like I can just I have like a year and a half or two to come up with like one thing. And then I can just be like, yeah, I'm doing this, or this has happened to me. And then it's like that's it. No expectations. It's easy. No. Walk on celeb in the sitcom. Exactly. Nieces, nephews, they're like, who is this stranger? And I'm like, I'm the cool guy. Don't even worry about it. George says, yeah.
早くルドルフおじさんと仲直りしてくれればいいのに。
I hope he and Uncle Rudolph can make up soon. I guess the only difference here is that it's not like I'm not away from the family because I'm pissed about something, you know, the affairs of my father or anything. Thankfully. I hope he and Uncle Rudolph can make up soon.
バトラ様の気持ちを考えると辛いです。
Thinking about how Battler-sama feels, it must have hurt.
急に家族が変わっちまったようなもんだしな。
His family basically got swapped around.
家が居心地悪いってのもあるだろうぜ。
Probably doesn't feel comfortable at home anymore.
男にはいつか独り立ちしなければならない日もある。
All men need to go out on their own, one day or another.
バトラ君にとってはもうそれが訪れたという話なのかもしれないよ。
It might just be that Battler-kun's time has come.
そうなのですか？
Do you think so?
そうさ。
I do.
男がいつまでも両親の元でぬくぬくしていたらかっこ悪いよ。
It's not cool for a guy to hang around at his parents for too long.
荒々しく巣を飛び出して一肌あげなくちゃいけない。
You gotta leave the nest in a flurry and make your name in the world.
僕もやがてはと思ってたけど、彼に先を越されてしまったよ。
I plan to do that eventually, but it looks like he's gone and done it first. But it looks like he's gone and done it first. George is like, God, he stole my thunder. Now I have to wait some time before I make my grand exit.
一旗あげて立派になったら帰ってきてくれるのでしょう。
That's why George is a lamer. And when he makes his name in the world and becomes a great man, will he come back?
ひょっとしたらもう帰ってこないこともあるかもしれないね。
Oh shit, good point. This is still his semi-incel phase. When he was like complaining, he's like, oh, I thought if I was just a good guy, all the women would be swarming on me. You know, that moment? That was weird. It was an upsetting realization by himself. It may be that he never comes back.
だってこれは彼にとって巣立ちなのかもしれないのだから
After all, this might be leaving the nest to him.
巣立ち
Leaving the nest?
バトラ来なかったわね。
Battler didn't come, did he?
ああ、なんということだ。
Oh, how terrible.
わらわはシャノンにきっと来るからと何度も言ってしまったぞ。
And I keep telling Shannon that he was sure to come. Oh no, the voices. The voices inside the head. The doubt is creeping. Oh god.
きっとシャノンはバトラが来なくて深く落ち込んでいるに違いない。
I'm sure she's very upset over Battler's absence.
わらわがいい加減なことを言って希望を持たせてしまったから。
And it's all because I got her hopes up.
親族会議の今日を張り合いに生きてきたようなもんだしね。
She's been looking forward to this day.
彼女の気持ちを考えると心が痛むわ。
It pains me to think of how she must feel.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks, you two.
私は大丈夫です。
I'm okay. I've been reunited with the witches once again in that dream world. Though I could never remember anything during the time, now that I was in the dream world, I somehow knew that this was a reunion. The witches both looked apologetic. Though they had tried to cheer me up by saying that Battler would come today, now that he hadn't come, it was like they'd been lying, and they seemed to regret it heavily. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. And they seemed to regret it heavily.
シャノン、
Shannon.
その、 まあ、
Well...
お気遣いをありがとうございます。
Thanks for your concern.
悲しくなんかないと言えばもちろん嘘になりますけれど、
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sad.
私は大丈夫ですから。
But I'll be okay.
そうか？
Are you sure?
そうなのか？
Really sure?
ならば良いのだが。
That would be splendid, but...
バトラのやつ派手に喧嘩したもんだからきっと引っ込みがつかなくなっちゃっただけに決まってるわ。
Clearly, Battler's fight was so over the top that he couldn't bring himself to back down so soon.
男は意地っ張りだもん。
Men are so stubborn.
そうであるとも。
Yes, that is true.
威勢のいいこと言って飛び出したものだから、今さら引っ込みがつかなくなって意地になってしまっただけに違いあるまい。
He tried to act tough before running away, so his stubbornness is preventing him from taking back what he said so easily.
きっと来ればよかったと後悔しているはずだ。
He'll probably regret not coming today.
そうとも、そうであるとも。
Yes, that must be it. For some reason, they seemed nearly desperate in their attempts to encourage me. It was almost funny to watch. Couldn't help but giggle.
本当にありがとうございます。
Thanks a lot, both of you.
だって言ったのは皆さんじゃないですか。
After all, you're the ones who told me in the first place
これは試練だって。
that this is a test, a trial to be overcome. The truth was, I couldn't really fool myself so easily. When will he come back? When will he come for me? When isn't the question. Will he come for me ever? If I start moping right now, the uncertainty and sadness will probably tear me apart. But they've taught me. This is a trial to see whether I really believe in him or not. The very fact that I feel uncertain and anxious is a betrayal of my resolve, and of his promise to come for me someday.
ジョージ様が言ってました。
George Thomas said something about it.
これはバトラさんの巣立ちかもしれないって。
He said this might be the same as leaving the nest for Battler's son.
そうよ。
That's right.
これは後ろ宮の姓を抜け出て一人の男として羽ばたくという巣立ちなんだわ。
This is his chance to leave behind the Ishimiya name and spread his wings as his own man. Also, she's still without a name. Give Gap her name, Jesus.
よくよく考えれば
Side note.
私たちはまだ若いんですし。
If you really think about it, we're still very young.
本当に結ばれようと思ったらまだまだ社会的経験も信用も何より年齢が足りません。
Even if we want to be tied together, we're still lacking many years of social experience and trust.
バトラさんが本当に真剣に考えてくださったならばこそまだ迎えに来られるわけがないんです。
If Battler-san is really and truly taking this seriously, then it's too soon for him to come for me now.
見事であるぞ。
Well done.
そうだ。その域であるぞ。
Yes, that's the right attitude.
よくぞその境地に達した。
You've done well to reach this understanding.
達せてなんかいません。
I haven't reached anything.
でも今はそう思うことにします。
However, I've decided to think of it that way for now.
それが試練でバトラさんを信じるということなんですから。
This is a trial to see whether I trust Battler-san or not. If he had come today, then today I would have had to tell Madam that I wanted to quit my job as a servant. However, was I really prepared to do that? Last night, I kept worrying about whether Battler-san would come or not. Ah, forced procrastination. I love that. I love that for her. Thanks to that, not only did I not have the resolve to quit my job, I hadn't even started on the paperwork to do so. In short, I still don't have the determination that I promised him that day. I'm sure that God knew that. Battler will come for me when I found my determination. I wasn't determined, so it's only natural that he didn't come today. Yeah. It all makes sense now.
だから
So,
きっとバトラさんがいらっしゃらなかったのは
I'm
私の決意がまだだったからです。
I'm sure Battler-san didn't come today because I wasn't determined enough.
彼が来てくれる
Wow,
か
talk about coping.
しっかりと信じることができな
Jesus.
かった私ではそれも当然ですね。
It's only natural, since I couldn't even truly believe that he would come.
おそらくバトラもそうであったに違いないぞ。
I'm sure Battler was the same way.
そなたを迎えに行くだけの決意や覚悟がまだまだ足りなかったに違いない。
He did not yet have the determination and resolve to come for you.
神様は薄情じゃないわ。
God is not heartless.
二人の気持ちが本当に近づいたとき、必ず二人を引き合わせてくれるわ。
When your feelings truly do draw close, I'm sure they'll bring... When your feelings truly do draw close, I'm sure they'll bring the two of you together.
織姫と彦星のようにな。
Just like Orihime and Hikaboshi. Yup, I get those.
今年の七夕はたまたま天気が悪かった。
Yes, it's as though the weather just happened to be bad during this year's Tanabata, keeping those lovers apart for another year.
今日のことはその程度に思おうと思います。
That's how I'd like to think about what happened today. That's how I'd like to think about it. I have no other choice. Battler-san.
でもバトラ君が帰ってくるのは
But Battler-kun didn't come back for
6年後の話だ。
6 years.
だいぶ先の話になる。
Still a long way to go until then.
このままこんな辛い気持ちのまま6年も待ち続けるというのですか
So, you had to wait 6 whole years feeling like that?
来年こそはと毎年待ちわびるのは
When one waits every year for something to happen the next, and then the same thing the next year and the next,
それはもう永遠に待ち続けるにも等しいものでした。
it becomes the same as waiting for an eternity.
痛々しい話ね。
Pretty pathetic, don't you think?
あなたがしたと思ってる約束を当のバトラは全く意識していなかったようだし。
After all, this promise you thought you made with Battler seems to be something you knew nothing about, right?
バトラ君はルドルフおじさんに似てキザな言い回しを好むこともありました。
Battler-kun does tend to use melodramatic phrases, just like Uncle Rudolph.
そんな言い回しが誤解を与えたのかも。
His roundabout way of putting things might have led to a misunderstanding.
バトラはきっといつか後ろから女に刺されるわね。
Some girl's gonna stab Battler in the back someday.
まあつまりこれはそういう物語なわけかしら。
Well, I guess that's more or less what this tale is.
言葉は意味が宿れば人の人生を左右することだってある。
When words can mean different things, they could turn a person's life upside down.
軽率な言葉は人を殺せるかもしれねえ。
There are times when careless talk costs lives. Hey. Clap like it's the end of a play. Chapter 7. Sprout of Love. Root of Love. 1 year later. We're actually going to end here. I'm just waiting for it to... This is where I'm calling my evening. Oh, 4 years until the incident. Great. I'm sure the mental states are wonderful of our characters here. All right. Here's what we'll call it. Let me say before I forget. Thankful I'm actually surprised. In my whole time playing Umineko, I've never once have forgotten to like save progress. It seems like something I would do. And I've thought about, oh, what would I would have to like fast forward through a bunch of text to get back to where I was. Oh, what a disaster that would be. Oh, just don't even want to think about it. But we're all good. Of course, you're welcome. Thank you guys for watching. More Umineko Saturday. We'll keep plugging along. For sure. I'm going to part ways. I probably won't be back on later tonight. I'm going to cook and bake and do other things. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a great Tuesday. Again, apologies if the day Tuesday stream was slightly more obnoxious or kind of out of the blue. But yeah, it just ended up working out better for today. So thanks for hanging out. Have a great rest of your night, evening, day. Have a great Wednesday. And until then.